Amazing and very humble gentleman, a professor of international repute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost delight to introduce the man we have gathered here to celebrate, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon Omoba. A round of applause for the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. Téèyàn bá rí bùbá àti ṣòkòtò ọ̀gá, wọn ò ní tètè mọ̀ pé torí wọn la ṣe péjọ. That's how gentlemanly our own Vice Chancellor is. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you. And for integrity's sake, the program will kick off right now. My name is MC Gab, ICFR, intellectual comedian of the Federal Republic. I specialize in making rich people laugh. It is not entirely like I do not like poor people. I don't want it here. So for a very normal joke that you crack and a rich man is already on the floor rolling, one poor man is somewhere gossiping you. It's funny. But I'm optimistic it's going to be a great show for me because I'm in the caliber of great men. If you think you're one, a round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. With me on the microphone today is a beautiful, captivating, titivating, enchanting, and ravishing lady, Moyosore Oluwa Elesho from Lasso Radio. A round of applause for my colleague, ladies and gentlemen. Together, we shall be starting the affair of the day. This is not for us just a show. It is indeed for us an opportunity to also celebrate a wonderful man who, in very many ways, is our boss. Mo, you'd like to say hello to our audience?
Very well. A very beautiful afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, and we are so glad to be gathered here today. It's a day that we are so happy about, a day that we celebrate from the bottom of our heart, because we are celebrating the distinguished Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon. And I know that you've come here today not just to celebrate him, because he's the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, but to celebrate the icon in him, because we've had a fantastic ride having him as the leader of Lagos State University. And of course, you know all the amazing things that have happened already. Today, we'll be recounting everything that's happened in the last 5 years. And then we'll also be telling you some of the things that you need to know because, hey, I'm sure you probably don't know everything if you're a guest.
On your part, you're going to be talking about everything in the last 5 years.
Yes.
On my part, I'll be talking about what LASU was before the arrival of Professor Fagbon.
Definitely.
I schooled in LASU. I had my first degree in LASU before proceeding to the University of Ibadan for my master's and PhD. On getting back to LASU as a lecturer, I had to ask myself, "Ṣé LASU wà náà rí?" And someone told me, "Iṣẹ́ Fagbon lórí yẹn." A round of applause for the Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, there are so many things we'll be doing today, and everything we say would require you putting your hands together because it's a day of celebration. We are giving ovation in the loudest form. And I don't expect that when we begin to reel out some of these amazing works that we don't clap, you know. I would expect everyone put their hands together, smile a lot, cheer a lot, because we're here to celebrate.
Well, trust me, Mo, we wouldn't have to tell them. No one would listen to the achievement of this icon and will not be tempted to clap. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, although it's a very wonderful year, or it's been a very wonderful year, notwithstanding that, we'd like to have a networking session for just 2 minutes. Say hello to someone, welcome someone, make a new friend, expand your network, and in the next 2 minutes, we'll be back to continue. My name is Gab, comedian of the Federal Republic. Once again, you're all welcome. Let's have a networking session.
While we have the networking session, also remember that we are still trying to observe as much as possible the COVID-19 guidelines. And I would urge each and every one of us to make sure that at every point in time we have our nose mask on. And when you by any chance, step outside of the hall, make use of the restroom, please try as much as possible to sanitize. It's very important. And when you're trying to also exchange pleasantry with anyone in the room, please maintain your social distancing as much as you can. And we can use our shoulder, that's the new way of saying hello these days, rather than our palm or any other part or sensitive part of our body. We urge you to now please just move around, say hello to somebody. The celebrant of the day is here. I choose to call him the celebrant of the day, and that's what I'm going to maintain all through today. I know that it's very difficult to see our smiles because of this mask, but you can just let it down to to the lower area a little bit so that we can see your beautiful faces as well as your smiles. Yes, I love to see you smile every time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we give you some time to just move around, say hello, welcome somebody. We're going to kick off in a little bit. Thank you so much for being here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
wonderful networking session. So right away, we'll commence informally. About 5 to 10 minutes, we shall then commence very formally. But before that, I'd like to ask a very informal question. And that question is, who is the man Larry Father? Well, Yoruba would say, "Ẹni tó béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ ló fẹ́ bí ọgbọ́n." And so, we, the compares, are curious to know why, despite the state of the nation, we all have left our houses to celebrate Christmas. And because I have the privilege of the microphone, I like to start by saying what I love most about the Vice Chancellor. Like I said earlier, I schooled in Lagos State University before returning as an academic staff member. If there is anything that distinguishes Professor Fagbo from, say, about 4 Vice Chancellors that I had known before him, and those ones we heard about, is the simple fact that Professor Fagbo is accessible. When we were students, there was always a very long distance between students and the Vice Chancellor. Kódà tó bá ní gbèsè gbà bí kan bẹ̀, ní ìdẹ́mà ló gbà. Tó o bá tètè lọ gbà bò mí, bóyá mò kó àbí.
All little children must go to bed now.
And so, the difference is that the Vice Chancellor of the university today is a man you even find with students. I have a very young friend here, Toby. The last time I saw him with the Vice Chancellor, I asked Toby, Kilo Mba VC. Was that VC man sorrow? You what VC in sorrow? That's we. And I tell you, that is something so much unlike what we had in our days in Lasso. So, Oga, thank you so graciously for being accessible, for being fatherly, and for being a wonderful person. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we'll move around to hear from 3, 4, 5 persons on why the man Olanrewaju Fagbo is worth celebrating. Mo, you mind?
You know how I wanted to phrase this earlier on?
Okay.
Is it to ask you, if they wake you up right now and ask you, who is Professor Olanrewaju Fagbo? What would be your response? That's the question we're asking right now. So we're just going to ask.
You mind some hints? You mind some hints?
Yes.
Now go to Associate Professor Olumoku. He probably wouldn't know I know him.
Okay.
I've always admired him since I was a student. Lecturer ló fine be businessman.
So, sir, if I wake you up right now from a very deep sleep, what would be your response?
I would describe the ancestor as the agent of change. Positively, agent of change.
Thank you for
the
inclusion.
I like that you added positively.
Positive.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm still going in search of more responses. Sir, good afternoon, sir. What would be your response to our question?
My first reaction would be that here is a man. I was a student in LASU for 12 years. I did my diploma in law there, my LLB, and I went back for my LLM. It's a man who made me miss my way when I visited LASU many years later because of the change, tremendous change that has happened in the place. So that's my own description of, just like the man said, the man who brought a positive change to LASU.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to another table this time. I'm going to try as much as possible to cover enough tables because this is still the unofficial engagement with you. We're going to kick off officially very shortly. You're welcome, sir. Okay, sir, I'm coming to you. Okay, we picked Professor Olumoko from here. Let's still do you. What would be your response, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I would describe the Vice Chancellor as somebody who believes in building institutions within the system so that when he leaves, those institutions will outlive all of us. That's the way I see it.
Thank you very much. I can definitely attest to building institutions that would outlive him. Ma, what would be your response?
So Fagbon is a visionary leader.
Visionary leader. Interesting.
That captures it. That
All right,
captures
sir,
it
I'm
indeed.
coming to you. What would be your response, sir?
I think you should know my response. I work directly with the VC. I would say he's a strategic thinker and a mentor, a teacher. So
Strategic
thinker,
Wonderful.
a mentor, and a teacher. Interesting. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm coming to you. What would be your response?
Professor Fagbon is a big man in a small body, but who does big things in big ways.
Wow, woo, a round of applause.
Mo, you would know definitely that the response of a professor of English would definitely come with some poetic flavor.
Interesting.
Thank you for that description, Professor Adeleke Fakoya, my Lord Academic.
You might want to reiterate his response.
We may have to kick off right away, ladies and
Definitely.
gentlemen. And so, first here is the recognition of the special guest. Would kick off by first off recognizing the principal officers of the Lagos State University under the leadership of a very gentlemanly fellow, an academic par excellence, an administrator extraordinaire, and a legal virtuoso. Of course, he is the first person we will present to this gathering. Join me with a very loud clapping and perhaps a standing ovation as I present to this gathering His Scholarly Highness, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Right, now that we have introduced and welcomed Oni Koini, would now want to still hear from few persons who they think the man Fagbon is before we move to the next agenda. So, Mo, you like to go to those specially appointed
Definitely.
speakers from whom we need to know who the man Professor Fagbon is.
Definitely. And
If we come to
starting
you,
right here.
you are a selected speaker. So your opinion counts so much.
Thank you, sir. What would you say if they wake you up to ask you who is Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon?
Oh, part of the program. How much time do I have? Mr. Chairman of the occasion, I believe that's
Yet to be known, sir.
yet to be known.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me crave your indulgence. It's a very serious matter.
Yeah.
Put my phone on silence.
Your Highness, sir.
I'm not to
maybe
be interrupted.
you may want to help us to make it as brief as possible.
I will try to. I will be colloquially be parsimonious. And,
I'm a single.
you see, let me try to underscore in the first instance the significance and the importance of the occasion. I tell you, I was at my village last night. I wanted to stay over, my village being Ikorodu town.
Oh, a village indeed, sir.
And I now got a message to the effect that there will be no movement today to be able to get to Ikeja, the venue of this event. I now thought, why would I sleep over at Ikorodu and miss this occasion? So immediately I came back to Lagos Island. I'm glad I'm here. And I'm glad we are all able to be here.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Abdulhakeem Fagbohun. The bit about Abdulhakeem means something. You see, the man wants to be seen as human being, qua human being, as opposed to as a Muslim, Christian, or Ushemba. That's why he tends to underplay the identity in relation to Abdulhakeem. But Abdulhakeem is a name adopted after Almighty Allah, the omniscient, very wise. That's what the name connotes. And in terms of exceptionality of cerebral capacity, he has it. And in conjunction with that extraordinariness of cerebral endowment, he has an amazing cognitive capacity. So much so, I don't know how I would have been able to work with a different human being, because this, please, can you be upstanding so that they know that I'm actually talking about who I believe I'm talking. Since he came on board as the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, he had made it so easy for me to perform my role. You only need to do this. And this gentleman, who also is a personification and epitome of dignified humility.
Yeah.
He will come with what appears to be a problem. And I will tell him, I call him RMO VC, one-on-one. You know his royalty. He has royal pedigree. I call him RMO before calling VC, because he has a twin combination, complementary combination
may we beg, sir,
of nobility and gentility.
Your Excellency, sir.
You gave me a mandate, and I have a mind. This fellow, you want me to write a book on it?
You have written one already.
I'm summarizing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to celebrate.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mo.
Thank you very much. By the way, just 1 second.
Okay, sir.
As we are celebrating it,
yes, sir,
we are equal, because it's an icon of a university. LASU. We are also celebrating Lagos State University,
yes, sir,
and the various organs of that university.
Yes, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ìgbà tẹ́tí ẹ̀ tí ní kí VC dìde ni mo ti mọ̀ pé èèyàn ńlá ni yín sà. Gbogbo ẹni tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ kò sẹ́ni tó ní kí VC ṣé kọ́ jókòó sà. Ọ̀gá wọn ni ẹ jókòó.
Thank you very much, sir, for that description.
I would have loved to ask our last eminent speaker if those words were specifically for him. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ń sọ àwọn òyìnbó yẹn gbogbo ìgbà nìyẹn sà. Thank you very much for that very wonderful description of the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen,
Gab, before we continue, I also have the mandate to go on with 3 more persons. but
maybe
this
you
is going
should
to be
now,
very
this time
fast.
around, make it look like secondary school summary. You know, the instruction is always in 3 sentences, 1 for each.
Definitely.
Describe Professor Fagbong.
Don't worry, they got you covered. Thank you very much, sir. So we're coming to you. What would be your response if you were asked in your sleep, you tapped from your sleep to describe Professor Fagbong?
Thank you very much. Professor Abdulhakeem Olarewaju Fagbong is a typical Amaluabi prince of our nation.
Interesting.
Indeed, catchy and witty.
Sir, what would be your response?
Thank you. Well, after all being said, I will just describe Professor Fagbong as a selfless personality. Thank you.
Selflessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
All right, I think we'll definitely move on from here.
And before we, now I understand why those words were very heavy. The very young man, in quotes, who last used those very amazing words for our Vice Chancellor is the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, Lagos State University, Professor Adebayo Ninolowo. Ọ̀gá ẹ̀foríjì mi mò tètè mọ̀ pé yín ní sà. Tẹ́ bá ní ọgbàṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ olúwẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ni. Ṣé mi ìsàsọ́dún sà? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣàánú mi. Temporary ló yí wà lórí lẹ́tà mi. Bóyá máa di permanent dọ́wọ́ yín sà. We move right away to.
Before you move on, Gab, apologies, but I still have another assignment here. Sir, good afternoon. I'm sure you're wondering, don't worry, you get to know the names. I'm sure the mask is doing a lot of covering, but we definitely introduce especially. So I want to get your response to who you think the Vice Chancellor is.
I believe that the Vice Chancellor is a very deep person and focused.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and focused.
Peradventure you do not know, our last speaker is Professor.
Why are you letting the cat out of the bag?
The registrar.
JAMB registrar.
So if you still have a child in the category of UTME, put your hands together for the registrar of that board.
You know, I was going to keep this till we have that very amazing recognition, because I know some people are wondering, so I'm sitting in the same hall with this caliber of people. Yes, you are. And that was why we asked for networking earlier on, which some people didn't do anyway. Maybe if you had gone around to network, you would have got to know some of these names before we call them out. But thank you very much, Registrar, Professor Oloyede, JAMB Registrar. We're now going to do a general recognition of our distinguished guests as we kick off the
Would like the registrar of JAMB to be assured that nobody would disturb him with the SSC results of their children. So you can be very, very relaxed, sir. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the recognition of our guests. I was telling Mo that this is indeed going to be the most taxing part of this task, because indeed everyone here is a very important personality. However, for protocol's sake, I am going to begin with the principal officers of the best university in Nigeria, our own Lagos State University. Having presented to us the man we've all gathered to celebrate, we'll move on to introduce the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, our own Professor Elias Wahab. A round of applause for the DVC Academy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir.
In our midst also, we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor Admin, Professor Oyindamola Oke. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to have you join us. We also have in our midst the Registrar of Lagos State University, Mr. Olayinka Amuni.
Why you have decided to introduce my uncle on my behalf, I do not know. Uncle? All right, we move on to introduce the university librarian, and that's Dr. Lai Adebayo. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
The university bossa is also in our midst, Mr. Saeed Olayinka. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies if the pronunciation is distorted. Now, we move on to introduce other very important personalities in our midst. It is essential that, again, I introduce to us the Chairman, Governing Council, and Pro-Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Adebayo Ninoluwo. A round of applause, ladies and
Still introducing members of the Governing Council, we also have in our midst Mr. Tolani Sule, Esquire. A round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are also privileged to have in our midst Honorable Yinka Ogundimu, the Chairman, House Committee on Education. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Also here with us is a member of the Governing Council, Barrister Adebayo Akinsonya. A round of applause.
In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, is a very good brother and friend to the Vice Chancellor, my own academic mentor, Professor Adeleke Fakoya. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we have the Dean, Faculty of Arts, where humanity resides, my own Professor Ajayi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Also with us, ladies and gentlemen, is the Chairman JAM, Dr. Ndukwe Emmanuel, and his wife. A round of applause, please.
Forgive us, we ought to have introduced the man on whom the academic aspect of this gathering lies with. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the guest speaker of today, Prof. Epiphany Azinge, SAN. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have you in our midst. Thank you very much. I can see from here the immediate past. LASU is a great school, do you know?
Definitely.
We have a number of our teachers who are serving vice chancellors and past vice chancellors. We have in our midst the immediate past vice chancellor of Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Dapo Ashaju. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Earlier on, my co-host let the cat out of the bag by introducing JAM Registrar, Professor Isiaq Oloyede, and we're going to be doing that again. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have here in our midst the Chief Medical Director, LASUS, that's the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Professor Fabanwo. Apologies for that, sir. A round of applause.
We have in our midst from Ekpe campus, our very own Professor P.A.O. Adegboye Pao. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have also Honorable Justice Olukayode Ogunjobi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have Professor Adejoke Oyewumi. You may want to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
From the University of Lagos Faculty of Law. Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
All right. Also, we have Professor Sugar Shofola from Eko Unimed. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also from Eko Unimed, we have Professor, this time around, the Director, JAGAL, Mr. Kola Oyekunle. A round of applause, please. In our midst, also, we have Barrister Sunday Shofola. Professor Adekunle Akinyemi. Permit us to quickly run through this list.
Professor Adekunle Akinyemi is from the Ibadan Polytechnic, Chairman Governing Council, Ibadan Polytechnic. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Also in our midst is a former Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Abisogun Leah.
A round of applause, Lee, you meant to say, Professor Abisogun Lee. Thank you for coming around, sir.
Also here with us, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Iyabo Ninolowo. A round of applause. Thank you for being here, ma'am. We also have distinguished Professor Oshipito, SAN, in our midst. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir.
In our
for being
midst
here.
also, we have Honorable Sonny Ajose, former member of the 10th Governing Council, Lagos State University. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for being here.
We have in our midst Professor F.E. Inlerum from the Nigeria Institute of Advanced Legal Studies and the HOD Department of Commercial Law. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have Anene Nwadukwe from Nwadukwe Law Firm. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for
Well,
being
it won't
here.
be surprising to have very many legal practitioners in our midst.
Definitely.
Our Vice Chancellor is both a scholar and a legal practitioner. Also in our midst, we have the President of Awuri Welfare Nigeria, Mr. Ajibola Olagbaye.
Thank you very much for being here, sir. Also in our midst is also Professor Michael Ikerale. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Honorable Justice Mrs. Olajumoke Aiku, an Honorable Justice here in Lagos State. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In our midst, we have Bayo Ayo from L&T Solicitors. We have introduced our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Abisogun Lee. We have Professor Isiaq Oloyede, we've introduced him. And we have in our midst the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor O. Omo B. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Also in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, is Professor O.O. Odusoya, Directorate of LASU Research and Innovation. A round of applause. Representing the Corps Marshal FRSC, we have Mr. Peter A. Kibo. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Also from the TB University in the United States of America, we have in our midst Dr. Maureen Azubike. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And just joining us is, 1 minute, Toby. Just joining us is our Bossa. Okay, I owe myself the special duty of specially introducing the man who pays my salary every month, the Bossa of the Lagos University, Barrister Kudu. Okay, Mr. Said Olai. Shemagba salary loshu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome, Bossa.
Okay, all right, we have in our midst Barrister Ifoma and Barrister Kudus Momoni. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone in our midst. Sweetheart, don't you think if we continue this way, you are welcome.
Definitely.
So especially we welcome everybody. A round of applause for ourselves. But then,
before we move on, Gabs, I would like us to please give a resounding round of applause to the wife of the man we're celebrating today, as well as his children and family members here today, Mrs. Yesterday Fagon. A round of applause. You know, they say behind every successful man, there is a woman.
There is a good woman.
There is a strong woman.
A strong and good one.
Thank you very much,
so thank you for being a wonderful woman to our boss. I'd like to ask the Vice Chancellor a question before the end of this program. Affect salary me. But we'll come back to that before the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to also introduce, before we move to the next agenda, my teacher and the man who will be reviewing the book that has been compiled in honor of the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst Associate Professor Ayotunde Ayodele. A round of applause for my teacher, ladies and gentlemen.
We're definitely going to have in our midst the Executive Governor of Lagos State or his representative, I'm talking of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. A round of applause. I'm sure when they come in, we'll let you in on that. We also will be getting on to some of the lined up events, as you can see already displayed. And I'm sure that you know that by now, every event in Nigeria and in other parts of the world will definitely kick off with an allegiance to the country that is currently hosting us. And that means that we are all going to take a moment to rise on our feet as we take the national anthem to declare this event officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we take the national anthem as well as the LASU anthem. Thank you very much. While we wait, we're going to count to 3 and then we take it together. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3 together. The LASU anthem. Okay, this is a test that puts us
May our
in front.
loyalty never be tested.
Amen. All right, we always have a resounding way of putting our anthem to a close. So we are going to do that again together. We are LASU!
We are proud.
Wow, proud you. I did not feel that pride very well.
We are LASU. Okay, Mo, I was going to ask a question. I have a confession. And I can't tell if anyone else wants to join me in this confession, but I guess I'll be the only one making this. Did any other innocent Nigerian ever said, arise, O compassion? Do we have any other person who ever said, okay, you know, so, but you know, that a round of applause for my very wonderful Dr. Olumoko. Right away, we move to the next on our agenda, which is to have the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very loud clap innovation, let us welcome Professor Akinpelu for the welcome address.
A round of applause, please. You know, one question I've been asking Prof for days now is if he has been sleeping well. I'm sure you don't understand what is happening, but he has worked tirelessly with a couple of other people to put this event together. Please, a round of applause for Professor Akikpelu once again.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much. Our eminent guests, the one and only Vice Chancellor I know, having passed through universities as student and as a lecturer in 3 universities, I've come to say we have one that is different. That one that is different is the one we are celebrating very specially. A number of us in Lagos State University studied the scene for 20-something years, about 26 years. And within the past 5 years, so to say, we noted that something happened and is new. Something happened and is strange and is on the positive side. And LASU can never remain the same again. And that's the emergence of a man, a young man that has something special up there. If you are not special, you can't be in the universities because we are intelligent. But this one is super intelligent. We noted that it can manage any human society because LASU was labeled a zoo before he came in. A place where dead bodies will be picked by the roadside. A place where they will exchange blows in the open. But behold, someone dealt with us in a very subtle way. Without we knowing, we were changing. And that's the man we are celebrating today. Professor Olarewaju Adigun-Fagbohun is the one we invited you to come and celebrate. On behalf of the icon builders in Lagos State University, that's the name we gave ourselves because we noted that we too, we are not ordinary people. You have never found us in any newspaper in any wrong way, in any negative manner. So we know ourselves. So we gathered and said, this man must be celebrated. We're not only celebrating him, we are celebrating his team. He carefully chose a team, particularly right from the governing council that he found himself working with. Professor Nina Lowo is super. Professor, we appreciate you. Like you normally tell us, you say appreciate him. We also appreciate you, sir. We appreciate you. That you came to honor us is a great honor to us, and we appreciate it so much. We want to especially welcome those who came particularly outside Lagos. Professor Oloyede, Ishak Oloyede from JAMB, he called and called. We can't thank Prof enough. He said, I will be there with my board members. I'm sure the board members are with us now. We thank you so much, sir. Professor Peter Okebukola, the distinguished professor, is on his way. He's in the aircraft now, right now. That is coming from Abuja because of this alone. Even without he being here now, we want to especially appreciate him. He's one of the pillars that brought LASU to what it is today. We really appreciate his input. All the friends of Professor Olarewaju Adigun-Fagbohun, we want to thank you. If we count the number of lawyers here today, I'm sure Nigeria will shake if they speak. All the sons, all the barristers here and there, we want to especially say we thank you. The guest speaker for today, I disturbed you so much. Please, just pardon me. It's because of the passion we have for our university and the man that transformed our system. So Professor Azinge Epifani, SAN2, and we noted he's a mentor to our VC. Our VC loves you so. Please, let me just say it like that. He loves you so much. And that's why we said you must be here to be the guest speaker. We appreciate everyone. The immediate family of our Vice Chancellor, we thank you. We thank you for being the positive support unto him during this period. As we look onto the future of our university, with great hope, with great expectations, and with the belief that there will be no tears in that university again. In that university where we collect salary on the 24th. And it has never failed for the past 5 years. We want to believe that the future will still be bright, if not brighter. If it can't be brighter, it must be bright. We must retain our brightness. So, and that's the message to the Lagos State government. So, on that note, I want to specially welcome you. The Lord bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Prof, I am assured that after today, you're going to be well rested. Prof is that person that would call us at any time just to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do for this event. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also especially recognize some of the distinguished guests in our midst before we get on to the next agenda. We have with us, please permit me to ask you to put your hands together as we recognize them. Professor Odusoya Oo, the Director, Research and Innovation, Lagos State University. Also have the Dean, Faculty of Management, Professor B.R. Yusuf. A round of applause. The MBA coordinator is with us, Professor Olateju. A round of applause. The Dean, School of Communication, Professor Olatunji. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Deputy Registrar, Vice Chancellor Office, Mrs. Anat Adesukomi. A round of applause, please. Also with us is Dr. Ibrahim Bakri, the Chairman ASULASU, and members of ASULASU here with us. We recognize you. Thank you for being here. Dr. Olagbada Moshi is also here, Chairman Nat and other members. We recognize you. Thank you for being here. The Dean of School of Transportation, Professor S.G. Odewumi. Thank you for being here. A round of applause, please. Also, we have the Director, University Multimedia Center, Dr. Amo Abosedi. A round of applause, please. With us also is the Director, Sandwich, Professor Oladipupo Basirat. A round of applause. Thank you very much for being here. We have more people to recognize.
Yeah, so we also have in our midst a very good friend of the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Justice Kayode Ogunjobi. A round of applause for the Justice. Thank you very much for coming around.
Thank you very much.
We have some eminent members of the council. Barrister Adebayo Akinsoya is with us here. A round of applause for Barrister Akinsoya. Mrs. Adejumoke Fasheun, a round of applause if she's with us. And Barrister Suli Tolani is also in our midst. Thank you very much for coming around. Okay, I think the registrar's up.
All right, while we get further directive, I'm sure you know that today is a day of a lot of ovation, so I'm sure we're not going to get tired at the end of the day.
Please forgive me. We have Mrs. Adenike Yomi Fasheun, not just Fasheun.
Thank you very much.
Forgive the earlier pronunciation. You know, you didn't mention something when you talked about the man who is the brains behind this whole thing, our professor who have just spoken with us. You know, he's a very wonderful prayer warrior. And when we were talking last week, every time Prof spoke with me and said, God bless you, Dr. Gab, I kept asking myself,
no, I trust
God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Gab has done so much to tell you resoundingly that is a product of Lagos State University. I'm sure he was wondering, are you, you know, at some point he was telling me you cannot understand, and I'm wondering what I cannot understand, because I'm also a proud product of Lagos State University. And when Professor Akikpelu was speaking about those days when bodies used to be picked up, I can remember that. That's one of the things that almost made me defer my admission in LASU. But we thank God that...
Which year were you in last that you
don't
knew
ask me for the
body
year,
pickup?
but I know that I used to run a lot during lecture when those gunshots. I stayed in Agboroko. What are you saying? In fact, PPL.
Almost. A round of applause for my colleague.
You know, we are very happy to know that those are things of the past, and I'm very blessed to be standing here to celebrate the man who changed the narrative alongside every other person who's worked in Lagos State University.
Ladies and gentlemen. You know, I didn't remember to tell you that as a student in the Department of English, although there was a direct road to my department, which was Abegi, in the last we attended, Department
of History.
Okay, a round of applause for Professor Fagbon, ladies and thank you for the new LASU. Thank you for the LASU that does not prohibit anywhere to anywhere. Nobody tells you, show lolo, everywhere. Put your hands together for our VC.
We're definitely going to be recounting more stories as we continue, but not to waste much of our time, we're moving on to the citation of the icons, and this will be done by Professor Mike Ikarale. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
A round of applause for Professor Mike Ikarale. And then as a matter of convention, when the citation is being read, we would expect that the icon please be on his feet while we listen to the citation. A round of applause for Professor Mike Ikarale once again. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. All protocol respectfully observed. Let me say that this is the easiest job I have to do in my adult life. Oh yes, it's the easiest job. Because Professor Larry Fagbon, a senior advocate and a merit award winner for being productive. You see the abbreviation beside his name is only to honor him by the federal government for being a very productive person. So he's the quintessential goldfish that doesn't need, it cannot hide. So that's why I said it's the easiest job I have to do. I don't need to look at his CV or resume or whatever, because it's one person I can say I know, and I know very well. The guest speaker of today, Professor Azinge, you remember what I told you about this man? You remember? He does not need any further advertisement. He says himself. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to explain what I mean. The incident of that is quality, what constitutes it. First, I noticed from the get-go that, sorry if I call him Larry today, because that's the way we talk to him. He's a perfectionist. A perfectionist. I remember one day he brought a paper to me. He was like, I'm not sure I did this thing well. But I read it over and over, turned it over and over. There's nothing to, I said, what do you mean? What are you, nothing to add, man. This is a perfect piece. But he was not, by his own standard, he didn't think it was done. So I started wondering, what kind of a man is this? So he tasked himself so selflessly that sometimes I pity him. And Madam will recall how many times I've told you, I'm very sorry for you. Because I just pray that this man will be available. Because I know him, any task you give to Larry, he must perfect it. He has never given an excuse. I know some colleagues. Brilliant people, very brilliant too. Very brilliant, no doubt about that. And for your information, I'm a very, very critical person. If you were one of my students here, you will recall that this is not a cheap lecturer. Never cheap. So if I say something is good, take it from me. This man standing before you is an embodiment of humility. Extremely humble. I pray God to give me that quality. In my privacy, I say, God, can I be like Larry, who can be so humble? I have never seen somebody in my adult encounter, both in the academic or private life, who can say he can match this man you are watching on the platform of humility. As an administrator, in law, we have what we call res ispa loquitur. The first speak for himself. What am I going to say? If President Buhari, who hardly look at people, can say, this man, I'm awarding him the merit for an award for productivity in a system which is very critical. The university is a place where we talk of peer review. I'm sure if I get this by people, he's going to put some red marks. And if I read his own, I will still have red marks. That's a community where he came out unscathed. Unscathed. I've been in LASU now for a very long time. In LASU, I've seen vice chancellors and I've seen vice chancellors. He is a turnaround vice chancellor. A system turnaround. LASU is not the same it was 5 years ago. And I thank God for the blessing of our Pro-Chancellor, Professor Nalu, who also is a man who allows flowers to blossom. He allowed competence to shine. You know, there are some people, when somebody is, there's one law in Green's book, the first law of power. They say never outshine your master. But the chairman is so humane, so confident of himself, that he never have any reservation. Anyway, I've heard him discuss about Larry without saying this man is good, is great. Honestly, like I said, I don't need a CV, I don't need a resume. There's one man I saw today, the registrar of JAM. We have never met. I hold you in the same category of honesty, integrity, like I hold this gentleman standing before me. We've never met. We've never met, but your reputation went ahead of you. I can also vouch for the man standing today that is a man of absolute integrity. There's one thing Larry hates. He hates lies. Madam, I'm sure you know that. Your husband does not joke with. And that is why a lot of people had problem with him. This man, you can't lie to him. But telling the truth, you're okay. You're just fine. So it is my pleasure to not to keep you standing, because I guess I've been very busy for in the last few months. It's actually an honor for me to tell you that the man standing before you today is an avatar. Permit me to use a word which the Americans used to describe those who wrote their constitutions, the early constitution. They refer to them as demigods. He is a demigod. It's not in this sense, it's not theocratic. I'm not using it the theistic way. I'm using it in the sense of quality. When you get beyond a certain level, there's nothing to add. So with this gentleman, a professor of law, an authority in environmental law, of course, he has distinguished himself now for you as an administrator. I really don't know what God has for him, but it's already become a big feat. The shoes are too big now. The shoes Larry has put forward in LASU is already too large. That we may have to redesign the shoe to accommodate whoever wants to step into it. It's just too big to step into. So I thank God for giving us this gentleman. It's a blessing to humanity. It's a blessing to humanity. It's not just for himself, because people like that don't come often. In every generation, someone must stand up to be unique. And I want to conclude by saying, ladies and gentlemen, Larry Fagbohun is unique. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Please, a round of applause once again. That's the citation of the icon we're celebrating today that you just heard. And I like that it came from the heart. I mean, Professor Michael Corrales said he doesn't need something in paper, does not need CV or anything to describe this great man we're celebrating. And I love how he went about it. Please, once again, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not so difficult to know when an old man is not lying. The energy with which Prof described the Vice Chancellor was a reflection of the fact that that was the genuine depiction of Professor Fagbohun. Once again, a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you for being our pride. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst characteristic of academics, because we are scholars, because we are researchers, we are not in the category of those who idolize politicians. But ladies and gentlemen, there are few Nigerian politicians, there are few Nigerian women who have stood out as being of highly significant relevance to the university system. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst one of such amazing personalities, one single woman who has donated a completed building to the Lagos State University, who has another project going on for us there in Lagos State University. I am introducing to us the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and the Senior Special Assistant to the President on
Sustainability Development
SDGs.
Goals.
With a very loud applause, I present to this gathering, Princess Orelope Adesu. Can we make that louder?
You're very welcome, Excellency. Thank you for being here.
Such an amazing woman, such an amazing
Very
woman.
amazing.
Just a couple of days ago, I didn't know I would meet her here today. Toby was still showing me the building she donated to the Lagos State University. Madam, in the street balance, you are doing well, ma. A round of applause for her once again.
Thank you very much, Ma, for making time out to be here personally and for joining us to celebrate our icon, the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University.
And then the next thing ought to be the citation of the guest speaker. But because the professor is such a humble, gentleman, he wouldn't want his citation read. So, by implication, we move right away to the next thing, which is the keynote speech. I'd like to present to this gathering a renowned professor, Professor Epiphany Azinge. S-A-N-O-O-N. Can we make that so loud?
Loud ovation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir.
Please let me quickly get my pen and book before you start, sir. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Princess Orelope Adefuleri, Special Assistant to Mr. President, members of the House of Assembly in attendance, my lords here present, the members of the JAM family, the chairman and his wife and the JAM registrar, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the celebrant of today are members of your family, Pro-Chancellor and members of LASU Governing Council in attendance, principal officers here present, the learned senior advocates of Nigeria, and members of our legal community in attendance, highly revered and respected professors, traditional rulers and chiefs, esteemed invited guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed highly elated to be invited to deliver this lecture in honor of my friend and colleague, Professor Olariwaju Adigun Fagbohun, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, by the grace of God, the 8th Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University. I was fully in the picture when Mr. Vice Chancellor was applying for the position. He had all my support and blessings. Even at that, I was deeply worried that he was determined to take over a totally fragmented institution in which management and unions were in perennial confrontations. In the course of this lecture titled Labor Union Management Relationship in a University Setting, we shall examine his approach and style of management that helped him in successfully navigating the stormy terrains of LASU union management relationship. But before then, permit me to address some peripheral aspects of unionism. Public sector unions are the fastest growing organized labor and are key players to be considered by a wide variety of elected and appointed public officials. A labor union is an organization that represents workers in dealing with management over disputes involving wages, hours, working hours, and working conditions. The labor relations process that produces a union management relationship consists of 3 phases. 1 is union organizing, 2 negotiating a labor agreement, and 3 administering the agreement. In phase 1, a group of employees within a firm or an institution or any organization may form a union on their own or an established union. For example, Academic Staff Union of Universities, known as ASU, the National Association of Academic Technologies, NAT, and so on and so forth, may target an employer and organize into a labor union. The second phase constitutes collective bargaining, which is the process of negotiating a labor agreement that provides for compensation and working arrangements mutually acceptable to union and management. Finally, the third phase of the labor relations process involves the daily administering of the labor agreement. There is international labor conventions that flows from the International Labor Organization, and that makes it mandatory that there is exclusion of labor treaties and conventions, as the case may be, from going through the constitutional process of domestication. In other words, this is the only time that there is such an exclusion. Otherwise, under the Constitution, once there is a treaty, that treaty has to be domesticated. But for labor-related matters, this is excluded, and to that extent, it's not applicable in that regard. Under the Nigerian labor law, we also recognize, whether it is under common law or equity or even statutory law, that such issues should be accorded the importance that they deserve, especially in workplaces. Any disobedience to such laws automatically becomes the ingredient that empowers the court to intervene and make pronouncement as appropriate. As regards the structure of the modern labor movement, there are categorized structures which may be in the local, national, and international or regional sphere, as the case may be. But we've noticed over a period of time that we have been witnessing decline of unionism in private organizations, and in some instances, there have been some disallowance of unionism in certain settings. In other words, people have tried as much as possible to pull down unionism because of the fact that management, for one reason or the other, want to ensure that they control the whole fabric of an institution, organization, or firm, as the case may be. That possibly is understandable if we come to call to mind the fact that percentage of workers that have unionized over a period of time, especially recently, seem to be in the decline. And that calls for serious questioning. It is safe to say, however, that there is no democratic country in the world where independent trade unions are not present. Indeed, we have observed over a period of time that most democratic institutions suffer one fate or the other when they are declining. And the best evidence of the importance of this function is that often unions are among the first institutions, along with the church and the press, that are attacked by totalitarian regimes. In other words, whenever there is a totalitarian regime, apart from the constitution that is suspended, the press is also attacked. In the same way, the unions are also seriously attacked in that regard. And that calls to mind the fact that unions are very, very important and essential structural element in a democratic setting. And we've tried to highlight some of the functions of the local unions, whether it is issues of collective bargaining, worker relations and memberships services, and of course, the community and political activities inherent thereby. So we now look at the roles of trying to unionize in one way or the other, which we call union organizing. More often than not, we notice that a non-employer becomes unionized through an organized campaign. There's usually a campaign to unionize, especially when people are reluctant to become part and parcel of unions. And that on its own is not something that is abominable, because once workers and the union have made a contact, a union organizer tries to convince all the workers to sign what we call authorization cards. These cards prove the workers' interest in having the union represent them. And the whole essence of this is that you cannot act on your own. And that is the whole essence of collective bargaining. When you unionize to an extent, you notice that people can speak for you instead of you on your own trying to engage. You have a union, an organ, a body trying to speak for you. And that is very, very critical and fundamental when you talk about union organizing in an institution or in a workplace. But in addition to that, we also have management rights. So as union organizers, as people campaign to unionize, the rights of management can also not be played down. Because when a company becomes unionized or an institution becomes unionized, management loses some of its decision-making abilities. In other words, the union, to a very large extent, try to curtail the decision-making capacity or capabilities or ability of management. Would that fly comfortably with management? In most instances, no. Is that what management will look forward to? Certainly not. Well, one thing that is obvious is that in some instances, management rights clause is included. In other words, management will always want to assert a clause that will enable the role of management to obviously supersede that of any other organization, whether union or any other cadre of people that have aggregated together in order to form a union. And what do they normally talk about? They talk about wage and benefits. And you know that that is very cardinal in human existence to an extent. So much bargaining effort focuses on wage adjustments. And you notice that if you follow ASU closely, it is always about wage benefits. Usually they dwell on infrastructure, and then they move on to talk about allowances, as the case may be, amongst other things. And that seems to be the issue. But the most tangential of all is the issue of job security and seniority. Union members always want to push along that line so that it is ensured that the issue of job security is topmost in whatever conversation or discussion that occurs, as the case may be. Now, I move on to unionism in Nigerian universities. We are no strangers to the history of unionism in Nigeria, especially in the universities. How we started and how we have graduated to the 4 cardinal unions that we have now. But one thing that is clear is that Nigerian university unions have derailed, or can be said to have deviated from following the norms of unionism. Most at times, management does not respect or honor the agreements voluntarily entered into because of their selfishness and lack of merit in the appointment of management team. The universities used to run on committees hitherto, and I'm happy to read here and there that our celebrant for today obviously introduced that, I think established about 34 committees. That is what it's supposed to be, because that has been the norm that obviously past administrations possibly deviated from. The universities run on committees, but now most universities are run as personal enterprises, where the vice chancellor in most cases dictates how he wants the universities to run and who he wants to run the system with, not minding merit or qualifications for certain offices. These have engendered mixed feelings in relationship, as the beneficiaries are happy while the unions prefer seniority and best qualified to be given appropriate positions or placement. Like we know, the university-based unions in Nigeria, Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, National Association of Academic Technologists, NAT, and then of course, Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational Associated Institutions, NASU. These unions are principally set up to regulate the terms and conditions of employment and the welfare of their members, while the university management or administration are responsible to the governing council and the visitor. Therefore, administration will ordinarily be more loyal to the council and the visitor of the university, as the case may be. These trade unions, especially ASU, believe that as stakeholders, they have a critical role to play in the affairs of the university. Their areas of interest are funding, infrastructure, library, and laboratory facilities. These are necessities that the employer proprietor, whether the federal government level or state government level, in relation to federal universities or state universities, as the case may be, these are areas that should provide. Such responsibilities are sometimes not granted. In all honesty, most of the time it creates an atmosphere of mistrust and industrial conflict. Whereas trade unions are committed to their values of improvement of welfare of their members and agitate for entrenchment of quality education and infrastructures of the university, administrators as principal officers, on the other hand, might not always be in a position to meet those demands, or might be placing their priorities in other things. University autonomy is not always guaranteed. Hence, sometimes administrators prefer to submit to the interest or dictates of external forces, which is and has been a source of conflict. Now, what are the strategies usually deployed in unionism and by unionists, as the case may be? We talk about collective bargaining, which is very, very important in that regard. And when they come as a force, and we have noticed it over a period of time, they try as much as possible to achieve what they want to achieve. And they have their strategies mapped out for them, what they can do in the event that management is not prepared to obviously to comply with whatever their demands are, whether it is warning strike, strike action. In all honesty, ASU has been on strike for a very long time, we now know. In advanced climb, because I've not noticed that in Nigeria for a very long time, people engage in picketing. And picketing presupposes that you want to stop those who are even interested in continuing with their work from so doing, and you can picket. It is possible that ASU can also do that, or any other union within the university setup can also picket, as the case may be. But what are the usual processes? There can be a negotiation process, which is very, very important. And perhaps that is the style that has been adopted by the celebrant. To engage in negotiation one way or the other, whether with the unions within the university system, including the student union for that matter. Negotiate with them one-on-one to see what can be achieved. In other words, management cum the unions, as the case may be. But where this is not impossible in that regard, there could well be a mediation process. A mediation process that will enable third parties to mediate, as the case may be, and achieve a particular objective that will be favorable to both parties. In other words, in that regard, people will be prepared to shift grounds one way or the other. Either the management of the university is prepared to accede to some of the requests, but certainly not all. And the members of the union are also in a position not to obviously yield in some instances, but are also prepared to yield in some instances, as the case may be. But beyond that, there could well be grievance procedures that should quickly come to mind. What are those procedures for resolving conflicts and grievances within the university setup? Well, of course, we are all used to this phraseology that internal mechanisms must obviously be resolved first before you can continue with any other development as far as the grievance procedure is concerned. Well, what it means in effect is that how do you escalate and how does it cascade, as the case may be? So you escalate by making sure you finish the first level of the grievance resolution process, and then you escalate further and so on and so forth until you have exhausted all the remedies before you can now determine what next to do. That is very, very critical. In the event that the matter is taken beyond the university setting, it is important that that is taken seriously, because obviously somebody must look at this and then look at it closely. I will say that from my own personal experience, resolving disputes at the Commonwealth Arbitral Tribunal in London, it is only such matters that come before the court. But you can see that such bodies have well-entrenched, not unions, but processes that will enable them to certainly call to question the actions of management at any point in time. And they have successfully achieved that in regards to the fact that, yes, more often than not, they successfully win most of their cases and they are paid a lot of money. We have seen instances where workers within the environment are awarded costs of almost £200,000 or £400,000, as the case may be, because of this. So they have their tactics, like I said, the tactics that involve strike action, amongst other things. But in doing that, we've also accepted that the management too, they have their own tactics as well. The management tactics is not to sit passively, especially if it has position to defend, but to confront and meet with union and see how well they can sit down together and brainstorm and deliberate and see how they can resolve their differences, as the case may be. Now, moving forward, we've talked about the history of the unions. And I would like to talk quickly about the future of the unions. The union membership have been declining for some time because some institutions have refused to allow same on their campuses. You know that most of the private universities, they abhor unions to a very large extent. Whether faith-based or private, they don't accept and tolerate unionism of any type. And for obvious reasons, because they wouldn't want anything that will act as an impediment to the wishes of management, as the case may be, more often than not the wishes of management, but certainly to a very large extent, the wishes of the proprietors and the ownership of such people. So what do we stand to achieve in that regard? I've looked at the example in the United States of America, the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organization. And that is very key in the sense that they are very, very optimistic about union membership, pointing out to recent gains in membership among women and immigrants, as well as healthcare workers, graduate students, and professionals. That is very, very important. Convincing workers to unionize is still more difficult than it used to be and could become even harder in future. In other words, the decline will continue in many respects because it is getting more difficult to convince even workers in workplaces to unionize, as the case may be, no matter how vehement or vociferous the union or campaign organizers may be. Most people are gradually willing away from the idea of becoming part and parcel of unions. Given their resistance to being unionized, employers have developed strategies for dissuading workers from unionizing, in particular, tactics for withholding job security. If unionization threatens higher costs for wages and benefits, management can resort to part-time or contract workers. They can also outsource work, eliminating jobs entirely. More employers are now investing in technology designed to reduce the amount of human labor needed to produce goods or offer services. Whilst it is impossible to predict the future, it is likely that unions and managers will remain adversaries for the foreseeable future. With the much we have seen with COVID-19, it is becoming increasingly clear to us that the whole idea of a workplace is diminishing to a very large extent. And to that extent, the unions may begin to disintegrate because management may not necessarily need all the workforce in one place in order to achieve their objectives. So whenever we review the whole incidence of COVID-19 on labor union relationship, we must have this in the back of our mind that it may not likely be business as usual, as technology has made it possible for people to do so many things, lecture outside the classroom, do so many other things outside the classroom. That certainly will impact negatively on unionism and maybe to the advantage of management in the years ahead. I've tried to look at Professor Lariwaju Fabuolu's years as Vice Chancellor of LASU, a study of an astute administrator. I am not part of LASU, so I can only glean from works that I have seen in circulation, positive as may be, but it's important that we obviously rehearse them. When he assumed office on the 4th of January 2016, as the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of LASU, apparently I heard that he reported to office on Monday, 11th of January 2016. The university had already been riddled with crisis between the union and management on the one hand and students on the other. Things had fallen apart. Unexpectedly, the center could no longer hold. It remains a mystery to university watchers and even the staunchest supporters and admirers of Professor Fabuolu how he's been able to restore sanity to Lagos State University. What was the secret? Where did he acquire the magic wand from? Knowing Professor Fabuolu as I do, his attainments or accomplishments can only be attributable to his strategic approach to solving issues. So I was happy when I heard somebody address him as a strategic thinker. Yes, he is. He has exceptional capacity to assess his challenges, plot his solutions, and execute accordingly. Above all is an endearing personality enhanced by his interpersonal skills, his charming oratory, and mesmerizing humility. These are abiding qualities that can melt the heart of any union leader. and indeed melted the heart of LASU union leaders, including the students, who all can attest positively to these disarming qualities. In chronicling Professor Fabuhu's major achievements, some stakeholders stated as follows, and I'm glad to quote: an unrepentant apostle of peace. Professor Fabuhu, upon taking office, quickly initiated series of moves aimed at reconciling aggrieved parties in the ivory tower. All staff and students' union were at different times brought to a round table and given the opportunity to freely express their positions. He also set up 34 committees to ensure that the institution run on committee system as obtained in other institutions in the world, while rolling out 5 strategic plans for the university, including restoration of peace and academic excellence, fostering of high-level scholarship, and creating new knowledge, consolidate on previous gains, clear roadmap for attracting funds and making LASU valued partner to Lagos State government and the union. 4 years down, I'm still quoting, which means 5 years down the line. And we just, from months left for his administration, Professor Fabuhu has not only restored peace to the Lagos State-owned university, he, alongside the highly cerebral and loyal members of university management, brought an unprecedented level of development to the university, while positioning it firmly as one of the safest and best public tertiary institutions in Nigeria, end of quote. On the 15th of September 2020, the Deputy Clerk of Lagos State House of Assembly, in his letter of commendation, stated, and I quote again, "It is highly commendable that your tenure has been devoid of crisis or rancor, both between teaching and not teaching staffs on one hand and the students on the other. Your dedication, commitment, managerial skill, and wealth of experience, which you brought to bear, point us to the fact that you are an excellent administrator who is passionate about transforming the university to a citadel of learning that can compete favorably with any institution in the world," end of quote. The achievements of Professor Fabuhu-led administration over the last 5 years, for me, is well chronicled and ably documented for posterity. They are outstanding as they are mind-boggling. The truth, which is self-evident, however, is that these achievements would not have been possible if management and the unions had continued with their senseless tussle and lingering crisis and rancor. Credit, therefore, to Professor Fabuhu for the masterly way he handled the challenges of unionism in LASU. My conclusion, I just said, union management relationship is a symbiotic relationship that, if properly harnessed, will benefit both parties. It is only when there is dichotomy or disconnect between what workers want in terms of salary increases, benefits, working conditions, and job security, and what management is willing to give, that the two sides engage in a process called collective bargaining. If negotiations break down, the sides may resort to mediation, which an impartial third party makes recommendations far-reaching for an agreement on last case scenario and arbitration, in which the third party imposes a binding agreement or approach the NICN, National Industrial Court of Nigeria, for resolutions. When unionized workers feel that they've been treated unfairly, they can file grievances and or complaints over contract-related matters that are resolved by union representatives and employee supervisors. If labor differences can be resolved through collective bargaining or formal grievance procedure, each side may resort to a variety of tactics. The union can do the following: call a strike in which workers leave their jobs until the issue is settled, organize picketing, as I've already alluded to, arrange for boycotting in which workers and others are refrained from employers' products, Management may resort to a lockdown or lockout, that is closing the workplace to workers, or calling strike breakers, non-union workers who are willing to cross picket lines to replace strikers. The law prohibits this, except it is ordered by a competent court. No worker is to be victimized on account that he or she participated in a genuine strike with proper notices or procedures, as the case may be. In the university, if the management is transparent and working according to rules, the relationship with unions can be cordial. There are universities that the vice chancellors have kept faith with the union and thereby avoided unnecessary strikes during their tenures. There are also seen vice chancellors who feel that they are untouchable, or because of the circumstances of their appointment, want to please their godfathers, thereby inviting strikes to their campuses. It is therefore recommended that the appointment of principal officers, especially vice chancellor, be based on merit to reduce the friction of inferiority complex that makes some of them arrogant, unnecessarily so. Transparency, sincerity, and openness from parties will also go a long way to providing industrial harmony in the various campuses of our respective universities. I thank you for your attention.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. That was an amazing keynote speech done by Professor Epiphany Azinge, SANON. Thank you very much, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker in his speech made clear that unions are important in a democratic society and emphasized the need to unionize. He proceeded to the management-union relationship and the need for management to adhere to the conditions of agreement. Again, he mentioned the strategies deployed by unionists in achieving their goals. He also highlighted procedures for resolving conflict in the university and set up and also shed light on the future of the union in Nigeria. Very significantly, he reported an assessment of the iconic Professor Olanrewaju Fagbon as an exceptional vice chancellor and listed some of the vice chancellor's virtues, one of which is ensuring a lasting peace in the Lagos State University environment.
You know, one of the very important things that we need to note, especially for our guests who are not part of us in Lagos State University, but you've heard stories, is the fact that under this great Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, LASU rose to become ranked between the 501 and 600 bracket, making it the second best institution in Nigeria. That has never happened before. You know, I'm not sure you understand what we're saying, but I remember when the night this particular news broke, I was somewhere at home trying to compile some news report for the next day, and students were just trying to ask me, is it true? Is it true? No, it's a lie. Some alumnus even sent me messages asking questions. No, LASU is second best. It's not possible. It's not possible. But indeed, it is possible. And that's one thing we are all celebrating today, courtesy of the great work done by a distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next thing, for that world-class keynote speech, once again, let's put those hands together for Professor Epiphany Azinge, SANOON. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, characteristic of academic activities or socio-academic activities such as this, if it were a conventional Yoruba party, by this time, somebody would have moved close to you to ask, but you wait for Ruby. Meanwhile, very quickly at this point, we'd like to move to the next thing, which is the book review. To do this is the head of Department of English, Lagos State University, an amazing and very gentlemanly fellow, Associate Professor Dr. Ayotunde Ayodele. A round of applause for the head of department English as he comes for the review of the book. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to observe the protocols already established by the guest speaker. My job this afternoon is very simple. It is to do a review of this all-important, iconic book written by eminent scholars and administrators on a very special Vice Chancellor, the first of its kind in the history of Lagos State University. It is a very great honor for me to be invited to do this review in celebration of a man whose princely contributions in his 5-year tenure as the healthman at the Lagos State University has navigated the ship of the Lagos State University to safe harbor against the background of all familiar financial, logical, human, logistic, and material odds that threaten to derail the university. I therefore take this opportunity to salute the doggedness of the team of editors that put this book together for this auspicious occasion. I must admit that this task is made Herculean by the need to subordinate my personal knowledge of the Vice Chancellor to the demands of faithfully contributing and projecting the diverse submissions of the very eminent scholars and administrators who contribute to this book. Universities are established to make a significant contribution to society. And in pursuing this mandate, they have a responsibility to develop a culture of academic enterprise and knowledge entrepreneurship that promotes new knowledge and innovative thinking, provide skilled personnel and credible credentials, attract international talent and business investment, entrench social justice and mobility, engender social and cultural vitality, and sustain the good health and well-being of society. The effectiveness of any university, therefore, lies in how well the university systems and procedures are run for optimal and sustainable achievement of its mandate. Where this is not happening, there will be a compelling need to reconstruct and repackage performance standards to ensure the efficiency of processes, systems, and personnel. Consequently, the development, coordination, and release for efficient service delivery of the potentials within the university rests entirely on the shoulders of the Vice Chancellor, who is at once an academic, administrator, innovator, an entrepreneur, a financial expert, a political analyst, a policy analyst, a strategic thinker, a law enforcement officer, a judge, and more. The Vice Chancellor remains the driver behind the wheels of the strategic re-engineering required for positive outcomes in university administration. Creating such a path or a new path requires dedication, integrity, and courage. This book, the effective university administration, a compendium, therefore comes as a fitting tribute to a man whose vision, giant strides, and strategic moves have become a template for transformational leadership in university administration. The man who fits the description of a pathfinder in university administration is none other than Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbon. SAN-NPOM. The 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of the world-class Best Africa Center of Excellence, the Lagos State University, in whose honor this book has been written. It was Mayor Angelou who once said, if you are going down a road and didn't like what is in front of you, and look behind you and don't like what you see, get off the road, create a new path. I dare to say that Professor Fagbon has created a new path in the Lagos State University. The pages of this 410 book are filled with the breathings of the hearts of the contributors on the breathtaking strides that have transformed LASU, which in the words of the editors has been transformed from lassitude and insignificance to global respect and recognition. The editors, Professor Biodun Akipelu, Professor Adeleke Fakoya, and Professor Olushola Fosudo, have not only recorded for posterity the impacts of the iconic and indefatigable leadership of Professor Fagbon as experienced by the various contributors, they have also hugely succeeded in providing a document that could serve as a manual for the much desired path to innovative management of the university system. As a compendium, the book aggregates the practical testimonies of eyewitnesses to the transformation of LASU in the last 5 years. Some of these experiences find further corroboration in theoretical perspective that underpin the subject of effective university administration. This approach that is adopted attests to the intellectual investment that each contributor has made to align their contributions with the thematic preoccupation of this book. Therefore, to attempt to review the contents of each of the 18 chapters of theoretical postulations and experiential anecdotes laced, to attempt to do a review of all the 18 chapters of theoretical postulations and experiential anecdotes laced with personal testimonies of association with the person of Professor Fagbon and the pictorial narration of LASU contained in the 19th and the 20th chapters of the book may be as laborious as trying to rummage through the sea of phenomenal achievements recorded in the 5-year tenure of the prince with a Midas touch. Consequently, and particularly for ease of presentation, this review will come under the following sections: human capital development and staff motivation, humanistic values as change drivers, funding and prudence in management of university resources, consensus building and conflict management in university administration, unionism and university administration. It is believed that this abridged menu will whet the appetite of the audience here present. Now I turn to the first group of papers that we have in the book on human capital development and staff motivation. The concept of human capital development in university management presupposes that competitive and sustained development can only be achieved when the administration demonstrates the ability and willingness to initiate processes, procedures, and techniques that will increase the pool of productive workforce equipped with the requisite knowledge, skill, and ability and competence. Anchored on Becker's 1993 human capital development theory, the writers identify monetary and non-monetary approaches, which include prompt payment of salaries and wages, offer of bonuses and incentives, appreciation and recognition, job enrichment and job security as factors that will enhance human capital development in the university system. The question, therefore, is this: is this the present picture of LASU in terms of human capital development indices? It won't require much effort for any keen observer of LASU to know that in the last 5 years, staff salaries are paid promptly. Efforts are duly recognized and rewarded. Training and refresher courses are ongoing. And security of jobs is well guaranteed. This could not have been differently done, considering that staff welfare, including the implementation of a fair and balanced standard of promotion, is a cardinal principle in the Professor Fagon's 5 strategic imperatives that revolutionized the Lagos State University. This perhaps is why the writers could come to no other conclusion than that, and I quote, "This is the evidence that we see in Professor Fagon-led leadership of the Lagos State University." 2, humanistic values as change drivers. Contributors on this topic affirm the fact that at the heart of every form of leadership must be a strong concern for human well-being and values in recognition of the importance of people to the successful and efficient operation of systems and policies. This fact serves as the connecting link between all the contributions in the book. The assumptions underlying humanistic leadership are that, 1, all people have something valuable and positive to contribute, and 2, all people should be treated with dignity and respect. The writers argue that when leaders infuse the organizational culture with the element of human value, it has a ripple effect. First, it helps leaders form an emotional connection with the people they lead. Second, it strengthens the emotional connection among the people the lead as employees adopt the leader's values in their interaction with one another. The bane of many a leadership style is the boss-servant mindset that disconnects the leader from the led, thereby fueling suspicion, antagonism, and industrial unrest. Such was the prevailing situation in LASU in the years before 2016, when, according to the writer, power romanticized with perversities and the place of work became drudgery, and many workers see leadership as being megalomaniac. However, as the father observed, once in a while in every society, an extraordinary figure of charisma and vision often emerges as change agent. In Professor Lanre Fagon, LASU appeared to have found such a person. In the words of the contributor, one of the contributors on page 120 of the book, Fagon not only has, and I quote, listening ears and steady nerves, he also keeps his own side of the bargain no matter what, and he expects you to keep yours. In the final analysis, he built, and I quote again, bridges of goodwill and genuine fellowship across a bitterly polarized polity. These are the hallmarks of a humanistic driver of change. The university system stands to profit immensely when administrators consciously and conscientiously build bridges of love and trust across the workforce, among all stakeholders, and between the gang and the town. Number 3, funding and prudence in management of university resources. The management of financial and human resources has often proved to be a decisive factor in policy implementation and outcomes. In the paper on funding and performance indices, lessons from Professor Olanrewaju Fagon, funding of public universities is identified as an albatross that has often paralyzed academic activities due to liquidity risk, occasioning incessant strike actions by the various trade unions within the system. taking a close look at the financial structure of LASU between 2014 and 2018, the writer observes that the quintessential administrator dug deep to raise income to give marginal surplus. Attributing this fundraising wizardry to the philosophical inclinations of the Vice Chancellor, the writer argues that Professor Fagbon's approach straddles, and I quote again, the Aristotelian logical arguments and methodical inquiry on the one hand, and Aquinas' philosophical postulations, which hold that all issues be based on reason and rational expectation on the other hand. The book highlights the fact that beyond the philosophical grounding, university administrators are required to be skilled in the art of negotiation, including adopting the appropriate language of engagement. It is therefore not surprising that Professor Fagbon recognized early that there must be a clear roadmap for attracting funds and was determined to adopt the "we" mantra, indicative of the readiness to pursue a collective approach in his administration. The ultimate outcome of this approach is described as follows: that Professor Lanre Fagbon, having combined distributive and integrative negotiation tactics, skilled in legal judos, expanded the pie to be shared. It took the creative ingenuity and the politically soft skills of the Vice Chancellor and his team to expand LASU's IGR and the subventions from the government to the university respectively, particularly against the background of the mountain of debts the administration inherited in the face of the nation's shrinking economic fortunes. The ripple effect of this demonstration of courage is seen in the upsurge in grants and partnership and the enhanced performance of both staff and students, which recently attracted recognition to the university, now the second best in Nigeria in the 2021 Times Higher Education World University Ranking. 4, consensus building and conflict management in university administration. In every organization or society where there exist diverse interests and perspectives, administrators must come up with ingenious ways of harmonizing all the interests for the common good of the organization. While conflict is identified as inevitable, it also constitutes a major driver of change. From the submissions of the contributors, the Lagos State University had experienced its share of crises such that no Vice Chancellor had experienced a smooth sail while in office without various attacks from conflicting groups and ideologies. Indeed, a former Vice Chancellor was quoted as saying that, and I quote, "In the history of LASU, no Vice Chancellor has ever peacefully handed over to the next." And then a bridge builder and consensus advocate arrived on the scene. Referring to Professor Fagbon's inaugural address to the university community, one of the contributors commended the VC's language of engagement that gives prominence to inclusive governance, consultative approach, and the "we" mantra. As a firm believer himself in the potentials of diversity, Professor Fagbon once said, and I quote, "Our stronger advantage is to be found within the foundations of our radically differing perspectives," end of quote. The testimony of these contributors is that though Professor Lanre Fagbon, like previous VCs, was faced with various conflicts, his administration preached and practiced constructive debate. And so far, it has brought development and fostered peace within the institution. The consultative approach adopted is such that the committee system became so effective during the tenure of the Fagbon-led administration in such a way that someone described the university as a huge mass of revolving doors for meetings. The credit for the efficiency of the administration strategy must be given to his unwavering commitment to due process. This must be emulated by all university administrators who desire to witness real growth and development. Consensus building, therefore, is a foundational imperative for meaningful development in any organization where exist diverse interests. The fifth subheading here is unionism and university administration, which the guest speaker has very well addressed. However, let me just state very quickly that trade unions exist for the purpose of collective bargaining towards enhancing the welfare of their members. However, the relationship between the unions and the university management may turn awry due to seemingly irreconcilable differences bordering on the implementation of policies on welfare matters. Tracing the history of union management conflicts in Nigeria in general, and of ASU-LASU and management in particular, the submissions reveal that one of the greatest sources of conflict is management's failure to implement terms of agreement entered into. The unending cycle of strikes, closures, and disruptions that has become a characteristic feature of the university environment could be stopped if administrators will adopt the Professor Fagon's model of openness, sincerity, faithfulness, consistent and constructive communication, industrial democracy, and collective bargaining as strategies in managing industrial relationship with the students and workers union. The guarantee of industrial peace and harmony lies in a continuous process of discussion, consultation, and bargaining between employers and workers on a wide range of issues, such as job classification, recruitment and promotions, bonuses, and benefits. Now, general lessons from the book. And these are my own thoughts and opinions about the book in general. Reading through the 410 pages of the book leaves no reader in doubt of the fact that university administration demands a leader who's visionary, an excellent financial strategist and policy analyst, a deep thinker, a stickler for excellence, a man of exceptional courage, a humble man, a lover of peace and justice, a tireless and diligent public servant, and more. Presented in lucid prose and sound logic, the contributors' observations and experiences, as well as the theoretical postulations espoused in the book, will serve as a guide to a better understanding of the principles and practice of university administration. The book is a valuable reference material to university administrators, to captains of industry, managers of human and material resources, including everyone saddled with the responsibility of leadership, who is keen about efficiency, about innovation and sustainable development of their organizations. It will equally provide inspiration to generations that are coming behind. And this is particularly true in the light of what William Wordsworth once said. Life is divided into three terms: that which was, which is, and which will be. Let us learn from the past to profit by the present, and from the present to live better in the future. To borrow the words of the editors of this book, the book is written by eminent participants in the LASU experiment, no doubt comes with a convincing reason or reasons to read it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while it is commendable that this book, both in its content, packaging, and presentation, has been found to be almost flawless, and notwithstanding the editorial, planning, and intellectual exertions that produced it, there are a few inevitable imperfections that must be attended to. First, there appears to be little attempt on the part of the editors to group the contributions along well-defined lines of themes or topic. Doing so would have made the contributions more coherent. Second, no justification for the exclusion of the views of the student population is provided. Students are critical stakeholders in the university venture, and interrogating their perception of the administration would offer a balance in how the subject of the review is to be judged. Third, there are a few cases of the printer's devil leading to the jamming of words. For example, we have two words, Fagbo and in, joined on page 85, university and the word and joined on page 86, Larry and Fagbo joined on page 118, and there is an omission of a figure 1 that was quoted there on page 22. That figure was not available on that page. The dislocation of concord in the expression of effective and efficient management of resources are on page 195 should also attract our attention. Notwithstanding these minor infelicities, the contributors, the editors, the publishers, and most importantly, Professor Larry Fagbo, SANNPOM, must be congratulated for producing a book of a very high standard. My last word, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbo, is leaving the imprints of integrity, team spirit, diligence, discipline, selfless service, and servant leadership on the administrative landscape of the Lagos State University, as captured by one of the contributors in the book, and I quote, "One critical value one can infer contributed to his tremendous achievements and remarkable success is a strong character, cultured and humble background of Omoluabi Eniabire." As the curtain draws on the landmark tenure of the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, we doff our hats and raise hearty chairs in celebration of an icon, an enigma. Our prayer is that God Almighty will continue to uphold you, sir, Professor Olanrewaju Fagbo, and that you will remain a blessing to all of humanity. In closing, let me echo the words of Shakespeare in his book, Julius Caesar. Here is Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbo. When comes such another? Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, that was a thorough review of the book, which we are going to be unveiling very, very shortly. A very beautiful review done by Dr. Ayodele. Thank you so much, sir, for that. You know, one thing is, if you involve or decide to give an academic your project or book to review, you should expect that they would, you know, tear it into pieces, give you everything inside. They don't see. I'm wondering how your eyes couldn't even skip Fagbo and in or and that was joined together. Ah, indeed, that was thorough. Of over 400 pages, that is cited right here in front of us. And I'm sure that would indeed inspire each and everyone in this room to get a copy of this book. You know, if it were, I don't know if Dr. Ayo is a pastor, but I'm sure if he is interesting. I'm sure when he's done telling his church member that this anointing oil is specially made, they'll just run to the altar and start grabbing their copy. That's how we want you to run to the front and grab your copy of this book when we finally get to that point.
Yoruba would say, "Bomo eni bada kawi." Jomo toga eni bada kawi, but I does. A round of applause for Dr. Ayotunde Ayodele.
Ọ̀dà wọn ọ̀tẹ̀ ojú wọn ò tún fo
Àná.
nǹkan tó yẹ kó wá
Kò lè
fojú
fún wọn
fò.
péyàn ní HOD English olójú ẹ̀ á fò kọ́má.
Daddy, try. In fact, your students, wọn gbọ́dọ̀ miss kọ́má.
Nǹkan tá a forí rán nìyẹn.
Ah,
Ọlá Ọlọ́run la fi ní 2-1.
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ sà.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to say thank you to Associate Professor Ayotunde Ayodele for that wonderful review.
Thank you very much. While we continue with the event, we would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our distinguished guests who joined us during the course of the event. And this man I'm about to introduce and recognize is one man I have watched in both ways. You know, I've watched the Vice Chancellor talk about him in admiration. I've also watched him talk about the Vice Chancellor with admiration. He is no other person than the former acting Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, former Secretary, Nigerian University Commission, NUC, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, National Open University, and one man that also led LASU to the attainment of LASU African Center of Excellence for Innovation and Transformative STEM Education. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to acknowledge the presence of distinguished Professor Peter Okebukola and his wife, Professor Mrs. Okebukola. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. It's such an honor to have you join us.
We'll probably have to make clear that the distinguished, as mentioned or as used here, is not just an adjective. It is a university title, right? So the man we are talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is our own first distinguished professor in the Lagos State University. So take the distinguished as a noun, and one more time, put those hands together for distinguished Professor Peter. One man you can want to liken to the personification of LASU. Those days when we were students, Professor Kebukola. And so it's our pleasure to have you here to celebrate our iconic Vice Chancellor.
We also have in our midst RRS Commander, Mr. Tunji Disu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here.
You call him Mr. Tunji Disu. I'll call him Uncle Tunji Disu, and I'll lay the antecedent to Oyedeji Street. A round of applause for him once again.
Also with us is the Chairman Board of Trustee, LASU alumni, Mr. Teju Shonoiki. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome, sir.
Also, we recognize the presence of NASU Secretary and other members who are in our midst. Mr. Akapo, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the Chairman Sano, Mr. Said Oseni, and other members that are with us. We recognize your presence. Thank you for being here. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Mo. We move to, I'd consider, about the most significant thing we are doing today, which is the book launch in honor of our gentlemanly Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, to help in the preview of the TV documentary, which would be followed by the book launch, I'd like to invite very respectfully the Senior Special Assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari, Princess Orelope Adejoke Adefulure. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Round of applause.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my lords, spiritual and temporal. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the celebrant of today. Oh, the new number, sorry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my lords, spiritual and temporal, let me use this opportunity to congratulate a very distinguished brother, the celebrant of today, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbo, and his amiable wife, the family members, the university, Lagos State University family, and a very distinguished guest. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for celebrating excellence. Well, a lot has been said about the celebrant of today. And when you are in the midst of the academia, there's nothing you have not heard today about this man that has distinguished himself, that believes in excellence, that has passion for excellence, and believe that the only thing that can sustain and uphold you is integrity, accountability, passion for excellence. So if you have this, then you have something. Even if you don't have money, you have everything. I congratulate you, sir. I congratulate you. I thank God for your life, and I must thank and congratulate your parents and your family members for making everyone proud. And I must thank Lagos State University for making them proud. I'm sure whoever is taking over from you will have a lot to do, because no one wants to bring LASU back to the old days, I'm sure. So you have laid a very solid foundation, a new LASU of our time. And I pray that higher will LASU go to the glory of God. Gone are the days where we record crisis on a monthly basis in LASU. Forward ever, backward never to LASU. I'm happy to be here today because I'm very proud of LASU. I am very proud of what LASU is today. And I'm very proud of the man we are celebrating. It can only happen when you have good men and women to work with. I thank the governing council under the leadership of brother, father, Professor Ninolo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God will reward you of your to humanity and to LASU. And I want to thank also the governing council in general and the entire management of LASU, including the students themselves. Everyone that has contributed to this success, because everybody loves peace. So you can always, Professor Fagbo can only succeed if you are ready to cooperate with him. And I appreciate your sense of teamwork and sense of inclusiveness. Congratulations, sir. I've been invited to unveil this book and the TV documentary. But I think that I will not do justice to this document if I didn't invite some eminent personality. Every one of us here are very, very of good character and eminence. So let me just on behalf of everyone here, invite few people to join me in unveiling this. Let me call the man of the moment, the Chairman of Governing Council, who I'm sure is one of the proud father today, Professor Nino Lowo, to join me. And our very, very distinguished brother, who has also distinguished himself and making us proud, Professor Oloyede, the registrar of, please join me. And I'm happy to have a woman with me now, Professor Okebukola and the wife. Please join me. Our very dear brother who delivered the keynote address here, Professor Ezinge, thank you. And the Chairman, Committee on Education, Honorable Ogundimu. Where are you? Okay. Agege 1. Is it Agege 1 or Agege 2? Thank you so much. So we are doing this on your behalf, because all of us cannot be on this side, but we are doing this on your behalf to unveil this very important book that has been analyzed and conceptualized by our brother, Dr. Adebayo. I think he should be here, the book reviewer. He left. Oh, okay. You are with us in spirit. So I will give the microphone to Professor Okebukola to say something, and from there, I think, okay, I think we are launching in on behalf, so, and okay, the celebrants, can you join us? And your beautiful wife. And Princess, join us, so that you learn how to learn leadership from now and know the task before you. Okay, so let me give it to Professor Okebukola to make a little contribution to this, and then from there we move on. Thank you so much, sir.
Your Excellency, the Chief Unveiler, Madam, our Chair of Council, Professor Adebayo Nino Lowo, and members of Council of our great university, the Registrar and Chief Executive of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board. If you were not here, we won't have had students during the tenure of Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbohun, and we won't have been graduating people and won't be as happy as we were today. Our keynote address speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My belly is very sweet. If you had X-ray eyes, and if you look at my belly, you find that it's very sweet. It's sweet on account of my boss here, my leader, my vice chancellor, Professor Olanrewaju. Your name, sir, means that there is forward ever, backward never. The cycle of your operations in LASU, which are just closed, which will be closing soon, will mean that another cycle at greater heights will open for you, because you keep going up and up and up and up. I'm looking for people who have good hearts, and I can see one, I can smell one from 10 kilometers ahead. This is a man with the best heart in the world for me. And to unveil this great book put together by my colleagues in Lagos State University, I have no choice other than to do what, madam? What do I do? You know what she said? She said, Daddy, don't disgrace yourself. I said, what do you mean by that? Say you have to present this book millions. And I said, I don't have any problem with that. The reason being that by God's special grace, the university where I serve as chairman of council is the biggest in Africa. National Open University of Nigeria, we enroll 550,000 students. So that means it has to show in this presentation Well, that's not, Professor, you don't have 550,000 copies, do you? You can produce it. Okay. So what we're going to do, madam, is that I have 81 study centers. I'm going to purchase for 81 study centers at a cost that will be above what any of you, if you say today, if Professor, you say Akoloyede, my big brother and friend, you know, we're talking, I'm sorry I'm taking much time, but it's very important because we're talking about the tenure of my vice chancellor, our dear vice chancellor, Professor Olanrewaju Adikunfagbo, being very, very peaceful. He's a man of great courage, and he's a man who will open his doors for dialogue and consultations. But don't be deceived. This man is a stern man. Just try him. If he gives you all the opportunities in the world, and you mess it up, when he hammers you, you are gone. This man, a great jurist, a great lawyer. So in terms of unions, I tell you, Professor Akoloyede is the #1 of Nigeria. When he was vice chancellor of University of Ilorin, make it go try this man. Go try.
from Magege constituency. Fortunately, that was where Professor Fagbo started his elementary school. So, Prof. Sir.
Thank you very much, Princess, Your Excellency. Distinguished Professor Okebukola, I especially recognize and appreciate the uniqueness of your aesthetic dimension of sartorial elegance. You see, I made reference to your appearance instructively. You are a sincere and genuine human being. What do I mean by that? When we initially came on board, we were just trying to get our feet wet and all that, you know. Sometimes I would choose to be different. And one time I was, we were attending a ceremony at Ojo, LASU campus. And I just wanted to be different. I was wearing jacket and trousers, no tie. And I was wearing this bowler hat. Sitting right next to me in the main auditorium, I don't know the specific name now. They've changed all the, a lot of the names. And the civil professor Okebukola, he had not been officially designated as distinguished by that time. And he took a look at me. He said, I really love your appearance with my bowler hat. I think you can say that again, you know? And this is the first time since then I'm seeing him in this appearance, bowler hat. And I was actually thinking about you and talking about you on our way here, you know. The gentleman I was making reference to in the car, saying that, you know, you have some purchase of nihilist forces at LASU, some anarchists, and you have a lot of nice people. And I was making reference to distinguished Professor Peter Okebukola. His status at LASU is historical. He's the first to be formally designated as distinguished. And, you know, this man we are celebrating today is an amazing human being. I refuse to refer to him as outgoing vice chancellor. Because even when you are former vice chancellor, you remain a consultant. You cannot go totally like that. And with your passion, look, some other vice chancellor at the point of their imminent exit, they would have gone on some sort of accumulated leave since 5 months ago, if not more. Look at him. He's still here and he still works with passion. He's still interested in what is going to become of a Lagos State University. You know, and he was the one that, you know, we were just talking, you know, one time. I said, there's a gentleman there. In spite of apocalyptic situation that LASU used to be, this man is world-renowned scholar. He's been executive secretary, National University Commission. He's the vice chancellor. He has international connections as a distinguished scholar, far and wide. And against all odds, he still remains there at Lagos State University as a Aremo Vice Chancellor. He must enjoy a special status. And before you could know characteristic of this Aremo Vice Chancellor of a Fagbon guy, he just said, Oga, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, don't Oga me. But he's so used to it. He said that he say, Oga, sometimes Baba, I don't, you know. And by the time we were making Honorable Sonia Joseph Akisoya, member of 10 Governing Council, and other colleagues in the course of 10 Governing Council, you know, by the time we were presenting this matter to be the first and only distinguished professor, it was by popular acclamation. I congratulate you, sir. I congratulate you. Princess, my task is easy. Look at the way we'll be celebrating, you know, an icon. The star of the moment, Professor Olaruwaju Adigun Fagbon, who will not want to emulate exemplary dimensions of success. Therefore, Princess, I want to encourage everybody here present not to leave this place without a copy of this book. Do I have concurrence amongst the audience? Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry. I've just been told that there was a mistake in my pronouncement because apart from 2 copies for each of the Nigerian universities, we are also buying a copy for every member of the governing board of JAM. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The ayes have it. Let me quickly take the microphone to Uncle Washipito, and from there we'll come like this, and so that we can quickly get out of this.
Your Excellency, Emeritus Professor Okebukala, let me just say all courtesies extended and standing solidly on established protocol. Well, I'm happy to be here today, but I thought I could just come in, greet Larry, and just exit and do some other things. But it appears Her Excellency's eyes, I could not escape, but I'm happy I did not escape. Larry and I, sorry, the VC and I have come a long way. We share the same profession, same profession, same public law area, and of course, his sojourn in LASU and also advanced legal studies. We are all together. May I also say that I was also on the governing council of LASU for a while, so it's nice to be back home. And I'm sure when the chairman finishes his tenure in LASU, he will come back home to the University of Lagos. He's on loan to you, so he will come back home. But it's the same university community. Well, Larry is a person I so much admire, and I say is my very young aburo in whom I'm well pleased. And I'm so happy, so happy that you all had him and cooperated with him during his tenure in LASU. When he was going to LASU, he said, Egbon, I'm going to be the vice chancellor. I said, where? He said, Lagos State University. I said, tighten your seatbelt very well. That I was once a member of that council during Kekere Ekun's time. I think Professor Lee was also about to leave then. We then had Hussein and so on and so forth. And we knew what our eyes saw. And when he said, when I saw him in Abuja, and he said, Egbon, I'm leaving very soon. I said, what do you mean? 5 years? He said, yes. I said, if my memory serves me right, you will appear to be the only vice chancellor that I know of that went through LASU without any major crisis. I said, you're a lucky man. And perhaps the only crisis that I know of, both of us know of, was when he was going to become a senior executive of Nigeria. Some people, see, it's not possible for you to satisfy everybody. Along the line, some people from LASU rose and wrote and wrote. As it happened, I was in that committee, academic committee, with Epiphany. And when they wrote and wrote, we also sat down and found a way of nullifying. Anyway, the whole thing is history. So I heartily congratulate you for a job well done. And again, like Prof said, you are a divinely favored person. It's not by your power, not by your might, but by God's special grace. And that special grace is my prayer that that special grace will continue to follow you from wherever you go. You are still very young. You are still very agile. The sky is not the limit. I see you moving from grace to grace in Jesus' name. Well, in terms of announcement and whatever, the field is covered, covering of field. Emeritus Professor Okebola had 81 copies. JAMB, so many copies. There's no more copy. Nothing left for us. Nothing left for us. They've mopped up all the copies. Well, because the organizers are doing something that I find very pleasing. When Larry told me how the organizers taxed themselves, did this and did that, I would like to support them. I will not mention any figure, but whatever figure, I will not say I'm a professor and salaries have not been paid, whatever. Whatever figure Larry and I agree on, take it as done. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I was really very happy when you stepped in. The chairman of council, the chairman of JAM board, distinguished Professor Peter Okebukola. Ladies and gentlemen, I am wearing two caps here today. And I want to make it very clear. One, when you refer to those whose efforts produced the university called Lagos University, my humble self was one of them. So when I see this kind of progress in that institution, I must sincerely be very, very happy. So I am very happy that Lanre has performed so well in that institution that we started years back with all the initial wahala. Secondly, the second cap is that whether I liked it or not, I passed through that place as a vice chancellor. And I want to quickly, the fifth vice chancellor and the eighth vice chancellor, a ceremony was held for me. There was no trouble when I was there that precluded me from having this very honorable kind of reception. But that's just apart. The man of the moment is my àbúrò. Ṣé àbúrò mi ni ṣé àbọ́mọ mi? Torí mò ń wo bí Ṣọlá mi ṣe rí, they are the same age. You know, I knew in December or January when you were going to take over, and he requested for an appointment to see me. And we were discussing in my small parlor there. As he was talking, my mind was saying, here is the man who is going to head LASU. And he has come down from that Olympian height to come and talk to the past. Because the review of that book quoted something. You have the past, you have the present, and you have the future. Those who neglect to refer to the past and learn from mistakes and successes will definitely have problems. Lanre Adigun Fagbohun, ọmọ bàbá Lákẹ̀sán, kábíyèsí o, in waiting. He came and sought advice. I am not going to discuss or disclose what we discussed. But I am very, very happy, and I want to congratulate you and thank God on your behalf that you have succeeded. Ajá tó bá lọ ilé ẹkùn tó bá bọ̀. For those who may not understand, if you send a dog to the tiger's den, if that dog returns alive, then you know that it's the grace of God. Grace of God. But here is an epitome of simplicity, humility, and selflessness. I told him, I advised that you must take care of everybody. Everybody. He is a servant leader as against an emperor leader. We have had emperors who ruled in LASU, and we all know what happened there. Let's leave all that alone. They have said so much about you today and in that book. All of it I agree with. Yes, LASU was bad, but there is an evolution in human organization. We thank God that you came at the right time and you turned things around permanently. I think we are moving to higher grounds, and that's the way it's going to be. For you in Nigeria, the sky is still the limit. For LASU as an institution, I pray, and I'm looking at my bro here, I pray that we will get a personality who will emulate, who will be humble enough to study this book so that LASU can continue to stay and go higher and higher and higher. Now, I am going to buy 5 of these books for 50,000. 50,000. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, I already established a protocol, and let me stand on that protocol list. Firstly, is that I'm very happy to be here to identify with a success story. Before Mr. Vice Chancellor embarked on this trip, like I said, we had a series of conversations, and he indeed promised me that he will make the best of his undertaking, and that is the project at LASU, and I'm happy that we are here to celebrate that success. Mr. Vice Chancellor, we are particularly happy for you because we belong to the same profession, and more often than not, people always think in Nigeria that lawyers don't make good administrators. You have obviously put doubt to doubt, and certainly you have shown that lawyers can make very good managers of their men and resources. To that extent, I think that my take will be to strive to see that as many people as possible, especially lawyers, get to read some of this. We will ensure that copies get to the library, the biggest library, the Library of the Supreme Court in Abuja. And of course, considering that he, at a point in time, migrated from the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, we will also take copies to the Elias Library in that particular place. My challenge is the issue of the cost. I think it's something that we have to negotiate so that we can work it out. Why do I say so? I say so because Lanre is a very good friend. Indeed, we are family friends. I introduced Lanre to my family, but Lanre seems to be closer to my wife than myself. So to that extent, I don't want to go back and they'll say, why this pretense? If I discuss with her, I'm sure we'll make a greater percentage of contribution. So to that extent, I think we'll take the conversation further from here. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ogundibo, the lawmaker.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I still stand on the existing and established protocol. We are here to celebrate our own brother today, our friend, the VC of LASU, Professor Olariwaju Adegun Fagbon. Well, I'm going to speak from my own perspective, which is House of Assembly, Lagos, and its relationship with the lawmakers. And that's an area that is still baffling all his colleagues in LASU today. This is the person that will lead his team to Lagos State House of Assembly. Your Excellency, you know the operation of the legislature very well. All right, you cannot come in and go back same way. That is just the truth. And we don't care wherever you're coming from, your profession or your attainment. We have our own rules and we have our own norms, and we have to really work through it. But this is the only man that will come to our Hello Chamber at the committee level or at the general chamber of the house, and they will ask him to take a bow and go. It is not something that he just picked from anywhere. He earned those things. He actually worked for them. And let me give you one hint among those things for whoever that might be coming to occupy his office. If any of the 40 honorable member calls Professor Fagbon, he will answer them by calling their names. He has the names on his phone. On his phone register, he has the names of all the honorable members. Just call him. I am the present chairman of Education Committee in the House. Can I have the VC's number? I said, have it. And I will not call him that somebody wants to talk to you. But immediately they put a call through to him, they will call Honorable so. And that person will be so elated and happy that somebody still have my name. I still want to introduce myself. And that is the beginning of those little things that matters. He has really worked with the house, and he has really proved himself to be what somebody called him. He said, Omoluabi. Right? There is no two ways about it. Right? There is no way you can be highly super intelligent. If your character is in doubt, there is nothing you can attain. Right? This is a person that will come with his humble self before the house. He was once a member of a committee of water regulation in the past before he became to become the chairman, the VC of the. And they came with all the chairman of that committee and all the members. And one of my colleagues was telling me, was saying it openly, was not even telling me, it is this Fagbo that should be chairman. Why are they bringing this person that cannot answer questions? It is this man that should be chairman. I just smile. Eventually, he bailed them out, you know, because he prepared not as a professor, that I'm going to face the House on Water Regulatory Committee, and I'm going to address them. And those are the things that matters. For whoever coming to this post next, Chairman, sir, I know that you've been doing a wonderful work. This is the first time we are standing this physically beside ourselves. I've been hearing about you, and you've been doing very good work. It is going to be dual assignments from your end, from the university community, and from the government. And they have really laid a precedent that your best is what we are going to use. Don't put your best to be second. Don't put your best to be third. So come up with your best. I'm just saying this thing. If there is any way we have been able to actually get to where we are today, is somebody at every level has been honest with their duties. Let us be open and honest with our duties. You may not like the face of the person. It doesn't matter. But let us look for the best. Because this standard you have set, okay, I'm not going to say any negative thing. It's still going to continue to be working. And that is what we're going to attain. It will be good for us. LASU is not giving us any problem in the assembly. We have not, this is the first time. I was in LASU the other time, Prof, and I was on a visitation with all my team. And even when the issue of, what are they talking about? Minimum wage. Yes, EA, that your EA is being worked on. Now, and I can tell you something. Why for the first time they were protesting, and I could see the synergy between the VC and the protestant. I said there is a problem. So they did not drag us out. They were just telling me, hey, we are not going to listen to you, but they eventually listened to me. So, you know, and that really shows what they have really talked about the VC. You know, where there is harmony, where there is understanding, where there is teamwork, there is certainly going to be result. And that is what we are seeing today. Well, here in my personal capacity today, and at the same time, I'm representing the House. Like, personally, not the House, personally, I will pick 40 books of, for the whole House, for the 40 members of the House. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So pardon us, Uncle Sonny, I just said good afternoon, sir. Nice to see you, sir. So we want to thank all our uncles and brothers here who has made the pledges to, they are pledged to the book available to all parts of Nigeria. And I'm sure that this book will travel outside Nigeria as we move forward. For us not to have a dinner, it was supposed to be lunch, now becoming dinner. So let's make, so for some of us that don't eat at night, late night food, so we will not want to waste more of your time. This book is worth supporting. We will support it. Everybody here has pledged that they will support and take at least a copy home. Don't be selfish about this because we are celebrating excellence. So one for yourself and one for your friend. I'm sure you have one. Friends, if you don't have friends, then take for your wife. So 2 copies, minimum of 2 copies home, because this is a great achievement and we all love what we are seeing, and it's all about progress for LASU. And we pray that higher may LASU go, higher may all of us go in a different endeavor, higher may Nigeria go. Thank you for being here. God bless you. So I'm taking my own copy. I'll take my own copy to Abuja, and I promise the celebrant that I'll give copy to the president for him to see, and probably send each copy to 42 copies to the members of the cabinet, Federal Executive Council to see, and to your ministry for productivity. I'll send one to the minister and to his office. So it's about sustainable development. We must sustain what we have for the future, so that the future will be a good place and a good resting place for us when we all retire from a different assignment. Thank you so much. God bless you.
A round of applause for very distinguished Nigerians.
So, to the glory of God, development of LASU and promotion for celebrant Professor Olanrewaju Adigun. We unveil this in the name of God Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit.
Congratulations, eminent Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Olanrewaju Fagbon. Distinguished Nigerians who have come to do this for us, we thank you and God bless you. We have to negotiate the agenda now so that people can really go to do other things. In the end, because we have very distinguished Nigerians who subscribe to cashless policy, in short, they're important. And so this is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. Some of our ushers will move close to us on our different tables. Anyone who wants to pick any copy should please let us know how many copies you want and for how much you are getting these copies. Your Excellency, ma'am.
Chief Olagbaye, please. Chairman Awan. Okay, please come, sir.
Our ushers will go around the tables. Let us all endeavor to pick copies for some very good, awesome Nigerian currencies. Ladies and gentlemen, right away, we'll move to the preview of the TV documentary. This will last for just 5 minutes.
Kindly note. Ladies and gentlemen, like my co-host said, we're going to move as fast as we can. And just like our Excellency said, we need to ensure that we get our food too as soon as we can. So while we have the TV documentary, the preview of the TV documentary going on, we would have to usher some of our distinguished guests to the table to get their food and return to continue with the preview of the documentary, which is going to commence immediately after the photograph session that we have going on.
Again, for those of us who would like to specially launch this book, please signal to the ushers around. You could write in the paper whatever you are launching this book with. Her Excellency, thank you very much for doing this for us. Other distinguished Nigerians, distinguished Professor Okebukola, Professor Ninalowo, the Chairman, Governing Council, and all other distinguished guests, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Olanrewaju Fagbon, we thank you for this show of love. We pray this would happen in the life of every one of us. We are still waiting for others who would want to launch this book. In fact, we have POS. So the ushers would move around now.
Ushers, please help us usher our distinguished guests from the first table in front, the first 3 tables in front, to the dining session or the buffet table, regardless, to get their food while the preview of the documentary kicks off.
For those of us who are still in the auditorium, please let us enjoy the preview for the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Again, distinguished guests, would like to please appeal to us to take our seats for those of us who are not going for our lunch yet, so that we all can enjoy the preview. Distinguished guests, we're about to preview the documentary. We are urging those of us who are still standing to please take our seats, while those who have been designated move out for their lunch. We welcome the Dean, Faculty of Education, Lagos State University, Professor Owolabi, other distinguished professors. Thank you for coming around today. Please, we are still waiting for us to be seated so we can have the preview. This is a very essential part of this event, and so much effort went into this documentary. So we are just to please take our seats if we are not moving out yet, and if we are not coming out to get our copies. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are seated, the preview will recommence. Let us enjoy it. The media team. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to hope that you're having a nice time as we round off this event. I'd like to prepare the mind of the Vice Chancellor that any moment from now we'll be bringing him up for just a word from him. As soon as the Vice Chancellor is done with the photograph session, we'd like to have the Aremo of Akesan Kingdom come give us a word before we come to the vote of thanks. The Vice Chancellor, sir, would like to have you for what has been described here as a word from you. Yes, sir. So, a word from you, sir.
Dignitaries here present. If I have my way, what I would have loved to do is to mention the names of each and everybody here present one by one. That is what I would have loved to do. But I do know that if I attempt that, not only will it be more of distress to the gathering, I will also lose my legitimacy in front of this very respected gathering. So I'll just say, I recognize each and everybody here present, and that is why I have gone around to also interact at the different tables, just for each and everybody here present to know that from the depth of me, I am so appreciative of the presence here. When I say it is difficult for me, where do I start from if I decide to start mentioning names? It's one of my teachers who came here to read my citation. I had a situation where one of my mentors came here to deliver a lecture. I had situations where so many mentors of mine came out here to present the book. When the registrar of JAM, led by my chairman and his amiable wife, all of them came here. So where do I start from if I decide to start mentioning names? On a day like this, and an evening like this, the question that comes to mind is, what do you say? So much we have heard from all the people, eminent speakers who came here. So what do I say when I come out here? I want to acknowledge that what Icon Builders have done, led by Professor Akinpelu and other members of that team, what they have done here today, 3 things happened to me as a result of their activity. I'm elated, I am humbled, and I am scared. Those are the 3 things. I'm elated, I am humbled, I am scared. When I say I'm elated, who will not be elated? Who will not be elated? All members of my management, all of them with their wives, they are here. All because they wanted to celebrate me. The founding fathers of our great institution, they are all here. My chairman, leading the team from Abuja, leading the JAM team from Abuja with the registrar, everybody came in here just to support. Deans, directors, heads of department, all of them are here. My nearest family, they are here. People from my community in Akesan and Antony, they are all here. All the union leaders of our great institution, they are all here. So who will not be elated? The alumni, led by the chairman board of trustees, together with other members, they are all here. Who will not be elated? That is the kind of thing that has happened to me this afternoon. I am humbled because so many important things have been said about me today. And that is what takes me to being scared. I don't ever want to disappoint this very distinguished audience. Because so much of expectations in terms of what they repose in me have come to the fore. I ask myself, what do I say about the organizers? When they started planning this event, I was not privy to it. Funding this activity, I was not involved. They went about doing everything on their own because they felt there's a need to have a record of what has happened at the Lagos State University in the last 5 years. There are so many things that goes with that. When I look at what has happened today, I believe the success we are celebrating is not just our own individual successes, it is also a group success. And what do I mean by that? The people you associate with, those are the people who will determine your choices in life. Everybody here present, you have contributed one way or the other to what we are celebrating today. These are the people I've been associating with. That is what it means. Everybody in this hall today, and the adjoining hall, everybody here contributed immensely to what we are celebrating today. You are the people I've been associating with. You are the people that from time to time, when I want to act, I ask myself, this constituency, that constituency, what will they say? And I can do one or two analyses of that. I ask myself, when you look at my mentors, the Azinges, the Oshikwitons, when you look at the JAM registrar, all of these people, they have reposed so much confidence in me. That strengthened me in acting along the line. And I ask myself, the Okebu callers, if I do something untoward, how do I justify it to these people? Because at the end of the day, the kind of excellence that each and every one of them, the kind of excellence they have continued to use as their own benchmark is the standard they will expect me to use in benchmarking myself. So I ask myself when I look at these people, can I go ahead and derail? If I do, how do I justify myself to them? I wrote a letter to Professor Oloyede, and in that letter I mentioned to him, I recall the day you said, Lanre Fagbo, I want you to be on the board of JAM. The implication of that is, I believe there's something you can bring to add value to JAM. So I must not do something discordant in my own institution. If you have so much confidence in me to come and join you at the national level to serve our great country. Professor Okebukola, this is a man, 24/7. He just wants to add value to the Lagos State University. We have said it here. At a point, you know the thing, I have not been selfish. And I pray for my successor that God will give you another Okebukola. If you are good, if you are able to keep him somehow, you still have him annexed around you. He's going to be leaving the university in February. I'm leaving in January. So it was like God just felt, let me keep him here. Do your time, and then you can. You know, because this is a man, 24/7 call on him, he will be there. Talking about an Azinge, is Prof still around or he's left? President Azinge. People at LASU, they tell me that I allow people to reflect the excellence in them. At NIAS, Azinge does not care where you are in the world. So far you are doing your work. Azinge does not care. There was a day I went to meet him. I said, sir, I just came back from a trip from South Africa. Then I went to meet him. I said, sir, I'm going again to maybe the UK or the US. He said, no problem. But you know you have this and this and this assignment to do. I said, yes, I will do them. He said, no problem, you can go. As I was boarding the flight that night, I found out we were in the same cabin of the same plane. So you can imagine if I did not tell him. And then I met him, I said, oh, God, you didn't tell me that. He said, that one is not your business. So you can, wherever you are, so just make sure the work is done. I've had an experience of a vice chancellor who told me not to travel. And I don't run against constituted authority. When he said I should not, I was to deliver a keynote address outside the country. And I wrote to him and he said, no, you will not go. It will not be at the cost of the university. But he said, no, you will not go because you have traveled too much. And on the day I was supposed to travel, the BC came to check in the faculty whether I was around. So I would have been charged for insubordination if I had gone for that event. So I had to ask somebody to present my paper for me. That is not the kind of thing I learned from people like Azinge. That is the beauty of life. And that is why when I came into LASU, for me, you can do anything you like. Just make sure the work is done. You may not like me, I may not like you. Just make sure the work is done. I may not like it. If you are entitled to it, you will get it. You don't need to like me. I don't need to like you. If it is your right, you will get it. If it is not your right, and you are my bosom friend, you will not get it. If it is not stated in the document that you are entitled to it, you will not get it. I do remember one occasion, I wanted to see, people tell me that I'm always in the rush. I've been laying siege on Okebukola for so long because I wanted him to give me an advice on something, but I couldn't get him. So one day I knew he was inside his office. So I laid siege at the door, that at least he will pass through this door going home today. And as he was coming out, I confronted him. And he started talking to me on the way. Within 5 minutes, he changed the perspective of the conference that we're going to have. And it was a huge success. When you talk of the founding fathers of this institution, Professor Pisokuli is here. When I had challenges and it was obvious, some people did not want me to be appointed a professor. I went to meet him. I said, sir, this is what is happening. He looked at me and said, that was when he started calling people that what is happening to his papers. Why are you doing this to him? Thank you for nurturing what we are celebrating today, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. When you look at my governing council, when I was appointed, I've said this before. Somebody looked at me and said, "Eh, you know the word is the chairman of your council." He said, "You're in trouble." I said, "Why?" He said, "You know the way is eccentric." But I found out something over time. He's eccentric for the truth. He's eccentric for fairness. He's eccentric for justice. When you go to a meeting and you are pushing what is not fair, his antenna of suspicion is already on. It was from him that you'll be surprised. I'm a legal practitioner, but I learned the rule of law from Ninolo. Something happened. And some officers were to discipline them because of misconduct. And at a point, I went to meet him and I was saying, sir, you know, if you do this, there will be fights. There will be this. He listened to me. He allowed me to say everything. He said, VC, VC. That was before Remo came on board. He said, VC, VC, VC. Calm down had not yet come to the fore then, but I can say that in the context of the discussion, what he was telling me was like, VC, calm down. VC, calm down. He said, VC, what is the provision of the law? The provision of the law was different from what I was arguing. He said, what is the provision of the law? I said it. He said, VC, that is what we will apply. Heaven will not fall. Simple. Simple logic. That is what we will apply. Heaven will not fall. And you find out if you apply the law all of the time, there will be consistency. So I learned that from him. If you go to him with what is right, don't have any problem. But if you decide to push what is unfair, he need not know you. He will insist on what is right. So these are my employers. Sitting on that chair, I ask myself, these people, they have, after the interviews, they shared with me their vision, their mandate, and what they will expect me to do. I could not afford to fail them. So those are the kind of things that run through my mind. Members of ESCO legislators, they have gone. I think they have left now. But I will say this, and I think Honorable Ogudibo mentioned it earlier before today. I tell my members of management, when we go to the house, if they don't ask us to sit down, we will remain standing. Because at the end of the day, if you are in Rome, respect their rules and regulations. What will it cost you? At the end of the day, if we need to carry them along on anything, we will fully carry them along. And when we make mistakes, we have the candor to tell them, we made a mistake here, we are sorry. Those are the simple things that we're doing. So much so that at a point, when we go to the house, they will say that we know that if you have made mistakes, we will confess your mistakes. So just take it and go. And that was how it became. My colleagues at LASO, I tell people, we did not bring in new people as academic staff and non-academic staff. No. We did not bring in students from another area. We were working together with the students. But what is the secret? Involve them in what you are doing. Transparently show them where you have challenges. Don't let them feel that you alone have all the solutions. Let them know where you don't know. I confess to them, genuine, I don't know. None of us will leave this room if we don't have solution. The union leaders are aware of that. They know. And at the end of the day, they are willing to work with you. There was a day, the registrar and myself, we are going to Alausa. We needed to be at Alausa for a 7:30 meeting. We now got to Ikeja and realized that one of the documents that we'll be needing for that meeting, we didn't have it with us. So we decided that what do we do? Registrar said, why don't you go to College of Medicine? We'll get somebody at Ojo to send the document to us and we'll print it at the College of Medicine. Who did we meet when we were entering the college? Arugunjo, a union leader, and another person. They started following us around. They were the ones looking for which office was open. Then at the point, Arugunjo said, so LASU can be like this. Union running after management to see how they can print documents. Rather than union chasing management out of the office. But because they knew that we were all working together and we're not hiding anything from them. For my friends, Ikaode Adelola here is gone. For my friends, my classmates, my colleagues, I can see Debo over there. Debo Olagunju is there with some other colleagues of us. I can see Jumoke there with her husband. We have a class group where they dissect you, whoever you may be. They dissect you on that platform. At the end of the day, how will I justify it if I misconduct myself? So that was why I stated earlier that the kind of friends you keep, those are the friends that will determine the choices that you also make from time to time. My students, they see me as a mentor. I can't afford to disappoint them. My community, they see me as an ambassador and representative of theirs. I cannot afford to fail them. These people sitting in front, my wife, my daughter, my sister, Ms. Okwonu, is not able. Dr. Akonde, stand up, wave, just wave, my wife. Wave first, let them know you. Remove your cap, remove your, yes, good. My sister, please, Mrs. Okwonu, yes. Dr. Akonde, and husband, you can't start off with you. Put your husband, Dr. Akonde and her. I am carrying the name of the family around. I cannot afford to embarrass that name. They will hold me responsible. Because if you look at what, somebody said it here, that my father, my mother, the kind of upbringing, it was just not a silver spoon, but large dose of love and discipline was what they were just dishing out to us. So I knew that that name, I'm just a trustee of that name. I must be careful how I conduct myself. That's my mommy champ. Just wait, mommy champ. She's representing all our other siblings here today. These were the different drivers. These were the different drivers that were pushing me in terms of my relations with other people. Constantly, I was forewarning myself that whatever it is that has a beginning will one day come to an end. So when some people came in to meet me about 2-3 months into office and said, you are demystifying the office of the Vice Chancellor, I told them, let me do it the way I know how to do it, in my own little way. When those who are better, who will not want to demystify the office of the Vice Chancellor, when they come in, don't let them demystify. But for me, let me just act in the way I understand. I must not change myself. I must not change my personality because I'm a Vice Chancellor. It should not be that, it should not be that way. I want to say that for me this afternoon, this evening, it's been another defining moment for me to be careful about the way I continue to conduct myself. I want to thank everybody here present for what you have done for me in terms of leaving other important things that you have to do just to be here to celebrate me, celebrate with my family, and congratulate me for the little thing that we have been able to achieve, the very modest things we have been able to achieve at the Lagos State University. I'm going to make a plea. But before I do that, my prayer is, as you have joined in celebrating with me and my family today, God will not cease to enhance you and all yours, so that you will also continue to be celebrated. My father-in-law, these were staunch supporters of me from the beginning. They started this journey with us when we started the last thing. Today, these great men and other people, even from LASU, are no longer with us. I'm going to ask that we spare 1 minute of silence. We just sit down there, sit down. We don't need to stand up. We spare 1 minute of silence as we pray in our heart for these great men and women. wherever they live. May the soul of the departed find eternal peace. The alumni, I want to thank you. I'm going to have my valedictory lecture on the 18th of December. It's going to be at 10 a.m. at Ojo. This is an invitation to that event. On that day, quite a number of things that they have discussed here, I will open them up as to how we, working together, made all of these things to work for us. I want to thank everybody here present. It's been a wonderful experience for me. It's mixed feelings. Mixed feelings in the sense that I am really looking forward to 11th of January 2021, when I will step down by the grace of Almighty Allah. But at the same time, I'm already missing my governing council. I'm already missing my colleagues in the university, academic, non-academic, and our world-class students. I'm already missing all of them. At the end of the day, I say this: I am fulfilled. I thank you all, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
A round of applause for the Vice Chancellor of the People, Professor Olanrewaju Adigun Fagbo, an admixture of a teacher and a wonderful administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the event to a close, I'd like to invite Dr. Wumi Oniburaimo for a special vote of thanks. Dr. Oniburaimo. A round of applause for this amazing woman, ladies and gentlemen.
This piece that I'm about to read was written by Professor Adeleke Fakoya. And it's a special piece, a special text to say thank you to the Vice Chancellor. May I request our amazing Vice Chancellor to stand up. He has said thank you to all of you, and it's time to say thank you in a special way. Professor Fakoya has written this himself, and that is what we're going to read to say thank you. The title of the piece is Time to Say Thank You. The university, known as LASU, used to be compared to a zoo. Today, it's so sweet to want to woo. The institution that feeds me and you. Like birds, we all build and coo, and yell and acclaim too. LASU now ranks with who's who in the US, the UK, and even in the EU. With lofty goals to pursue and staff ready for work to do. With well-wishers, not a few. LASU became christened anew. It's no matter whether you're gentle or a Jew. The sky above all staff and students is blue. Today, let's all to ourselves be true. We all have what to us is due, except those who just want to plan a coup. And to such, let's shout boo. But for those who celebrate LASU's breakthrough, as though as brought to us by Fagbo Olanrewaju, who gave LASU refreshing dew. Let's all rise. Can we all rise now? Let's all rise and say thank you to this amazing Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's interesting to know that we have had an amazing time here, and we're also living on a very high note. We thank each and every one of you who has been a part of this event, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we are going to wrap up the event again with the LASU anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen,
As
let's
we-
have just a moment to take the LASU anthem.
We'll be taking the LASU anthem.